T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
You're slim and weak, you got the teeth. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Sorry I'm late today. I've actually been up a lot earlier than normal. I had to go grab gas for the kids to drive the vehicle today. So I had to get up early and go grab some gasoline for them, throw it in the old Jeep, and then I had plenty of time this morning, but here's the problem. I didn't have time to figure out why we didn't have a Bitcoin drop over the weekend. So, I mean, we actually did have a Bitcoin drop over the weekend, but it wasn't nearly as much as what I was anticipating. So let me show you a little bit what I was looking at, and something that I had kind of pointed out on Discord over the weekend. We were coming into the end portion. Actually, I should probably go out to a daily real quick here just and take away the Ichimoto cloud real quick just so you can see what I was looking at. And essentially we had this like head and shoulders that was delayed a little bit. There was like a 28 day delay in here on this, and it was almost like as if they were just trying to kind of bide their time a little bit on this head and shoulder pattern. So I added an additional time to that 28 days, and sure enough, we got the breakout of the back portion of this leading to the final shoulder. This is the breakout point for the final shoulder here, and a break past 24/7. This yellow line down here would be what I was expecting to see have happened by now, and it didn't happen. I mean, we did get a drop, but it wasn't nearly the drop that I was expecting to see, and I would expect something much similar to what you have in this period. Actually, hold on a second. This period right here. I would expect to see this happening in reverse right here. So if indeed we are going to be inverse to this movement over here, you could see it did take a little while before it did finally take off. There was at least let's see here, once it had reached a peak, it had approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles before it started moving really big. And in this case here, where the peak would be right here, so we're about 4 candles. So the next candle on this would be the one that would need to be the last candle before leading into some major drops that drop below 24.7K a coin. Now, why is this significant? Why am I talking so heavily about Bitcoin, and why is this important to me? And I'm telling you right now that institutions hold a lot, whether it be a bank, whether it be short hedge funds, whether it be long institutions, they all hold positions inside of cryptocurrency. And if they need collateral, where's that money going to come from? Well, it comes out of crypto. So why specifically is this such an important factor for me to see? And we've seen this from time and time again. We've seen a need to pull liquidity out of the marketplace, or pull liquidity into the market coming out of crypto. So I'm waiting to see this happen, because when you start seeing that withdrawal of money coming out of crypto, then you know that they're pumping up the market in order to keep it from crashing. And I'm waiting for that last final pump, because I do believe with this signal that we've got right here, the pattern signal that we have, this is a very long pattern, and it's very consistent for what I think would be a good trend analysis here, where you have this ascending broadening wedge breaking out and coming back down and retesting 19.4K a coin. If that's going to be the case, and it finds, usually there's about a 62% chance that there's going to be a drop further beyond that secondary touching point of an ascending broadening wedge. In this case, a retest of 19.4 is a very strong possibility, and if it has that 62% chance of moving further down, that's going to be where it's going to retest newer lows and what it saw from the past at 15.4. I do believe this time it'll probably at least try and touch on 12.3 a coin, which is a massive amount of collateral pull out of crypto. I mean, it's quite a large number. So it's just happening way slower than I would have anticipated. So if I go back and I put up the Ichimoto back on here, the thing that I was pointing out this weekend to everybody on Discord was, I was saying, look, the pattern had completed the end portion of that secondary shoulder. The green cloud was forming. We got the drop down to the cloud, the consolidation through the cloud, and then when it came out the other side of the cloud on the Ichimoto, it started, it did make that fall. It made that fall over this weekend right here to bring us to the other side of this cloud. And normally price likes to rise back up through, and of course the cloud colors on cryptocurrency are a little bit different here, but this would be considered a normally when I have this pulled up on here, you'd see green and red clouds like you do on AMC or here, but on crypto it colors them differently. Anyways, green is green, and this is supposed to be a red cloud here. So normally price likes to move up through the red cloud, through the thinner portions. I don't think it's going to be moving back up through this cloud on the thinner portion of this, and I think this is where we're going to get that free fall down below 12.7K a coin. I just don't know when it's going to occur exactly, but it's here. It's past due. And I spent probably the first 20 or 40 minutes since I got home from getting gas this morning, trying to figure out the first 20 minutes of this live stream anyways, when it should have been occurring, trying to figure out what the heck happened and why aren't we seeing a larger amount of liquidity being pulled out of the marketplace. And I stumbled upon one particular account that I don't think I'm going to mention this, because I feel like this is non-related, so I'm not going to mention it. But I did find something in here where it seems like maybe the Fed may have injected some liquidity into the marketplace this last week, and hence the reason for probably a lot of this sideways trading in crypto. But I think now you're seeing that having dried up. My understanding is that the amount of BTFP, if you guys are familiar with that and you've heard me mention it before, the amount of utilization that's going on right now with BTFP is probably just off the charts. And I'm trying to find a place where I can pull that information to show you, but I can't find it anywhere. So that's what I spent most of my time looking for, was BTFP. If you guys want to go looking for it, be my guest. Would love to have help trying to find that, but I'm trying to find the BTFP lending amounts that correspond to how much banks are utilizing that program. Dog Mom, you're welcome. I needed to do that little extra investigation this morning. It was important to me that I try to figure out why we weren't seeing the larger drop. I guess in the grand scheme of things, when you're taking a look at these 2 points right here, where let me get rid of the Ichimoto, where you have price movement down and then the spiking up like this, and this is supposed to be inverse. You know, if I were to kind of look at this and say, okay, well, are we there yet? We're really technically not really there yet, and maybe I have my box a little bit too aggressive. In fact, my box probably shouldn't have even started until the end of this head and shoulders, but the reason that I started it beforehand was because we had this weird 28-day period in here where the lagging time between this head and this shoulder was very unusual, very, very super unusual. And so I put the box in here a little bit earlier than I probably should have. I probably should have put the box something more like this. But I didn't, and so I'll put it back. So these are always just suggested points that you're going to see the breakout. This box back here was a good call out, just not this one here. So that's what I got for you on that. And let's see here. I guess we should go through the rest of the numbers for this morning. Good morning to everybody. Sorry, I'm not reading what it is you guys are writing in here. What am I going to show you? Oh, numbers. I got to clean my glasses first. Hold on a second. Hold on. I know I'm running behind. Not much I can do about it. I see 4 million gorillas saying, just kidding, Casey. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'll just pretend you're kidding. Whatever it was. Shimmer, good morning. Manjit, good morning. Dog Mom, good morning. Good morning, Easter Beast. Jeff, all of you. Kim, good morning. Tom, good morning. Mr. E, good morning. Mystery. I feel like we should be calling you Mystery instead of Mr. E. I don't know. All right, I think my glasses are clean. Let's do this. Oh, yeah, it's nice to have clean glasses. All right, taking you guys over to the other page here. Daxter, good morning. All right. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again here, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that. Also, two-factor authentication. Excuse me. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to utilize that. And let's give this a good look here at what we got going on. All right, so the very first thing on the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points for the week that we had last week. We finished it at $7.62. I had 6 to 9, which means I was about 12 cents off from the price prediction being correct. Eric had 644 to 944. Apex had 651 to 951, and TB had 7 to 10. So I ended up winning the price prediction for the week. Everybody else got a point. Nobody was incorrect on their predictions. I was almost legitimately within 10 cents of getting an extra bonus point for that, but I missed by 2 cents. So I do get the tiebreaker point. Short exempt volume. 245.7. Heading back up. Oops. We were down 1.04%. And utilization did drop a little bit here. I just refreshed a little while ago, but it's 56.77%. I'm going to refresh the screen again anyways. 56.77. And Max Payne. I have no idea what it's going to look like for this week. I didn't go looking ahead to see what it was going to be. We ended last week at $7.50. I have reason to believe that it's probably $8, but I'm just guessing here. I'm not really sure. Let's check it out and see what it is. $8 it is. Not a bad guess. Taking a look at off exchange. Final numbers for Friday. We had 53.6% going through off exchange. EDGX was at 10.78. John Hannaford asked me this question. I know I've been asked on a couple different occasions, but not very often do people challenge why I specifically only read off exchange and CBOE EDGX data. Off exchange would be lit shares, or shares that I think should be going through the lit market but aren't. And then CBOE EDGX is one of the largest options exchange off exchanges that there is out there. Those two exchanges, off exchanges, and there's more, by the way. There's plenty more on this list here that I could read off of. But those two encompass like majority of the off exchange volume. Everything else is just like minuscule percentages that I don't really look at too much, and so I only look at those two for that reason. I'm looking for options exchange, off exchange volume, and then off exchange shares that are being traded that aren't derivatives. So those are the reasons why I track just those two. But we had a total of 0.38% of our volume going more than what I would expect to see on a normal day. It was 64.38%, 64% by the end of a day is pretty normal. CHX volume was 903 shares, which is good. I wanted to see that all last week with really low numbers. We only had one day where it was like 300,000 or just slightly more. So it's pretty decent for the week. CHX volume for GME on Friday was around 736 shares. Institutional ownership reported by Fintel showing up at 154.076 million shares. It's 154.075 now. Not much of a change. Very small drop. In regards to this, I just kind of want to bring up a point here. We had 13D filings that are supposed to be filed. We're supposed to have anytime an institution has ownership of 5% or more in a company, they have to file a 13D report. Anytime they have more than 5% and drop below 5%, they have to file a 13D report. It's like a threshold. Anytime they're going above or below 5%, they have to file a 13D filing. We saw one just recently, a 13D filing for Vanguard, which was to show that they have less than a 5% ownership now in AMC. And nobody else has filed since the 40 million shares were sold by AMC into the marketplace, which is strange because essentially a quarter of all the existing shares that are in the market at this time were sold at that time, and nobody claimed ownership. Not quite a quarter, but almost. Because now there's 198 and some change in million shares. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind. They have 10 calendar days to report that. And AMC filed on the 13th. Pretty sure it was the 13th. Hold on 1 second here. I pulled it up. Maybe it was the 4th. They filed on the 14th. I'm sorry. On the 14th, they filed that they had finished. On September 13th, AMC Entertainment Holdings issued a press release announcing that it had completed its previously disclosed at-the-market equity offering. A copy of... Okay, so the 13th was the date. They filed on the 14th, but the 13th was the final date that they had finished selling off shares. So, if somebody picked those shares up, they would have had 10 calendar days from the 13th going forward to file a 13D. So, you can't see it on your screen right now, but I'm looking at it. The 20th would have been 7 calendar days. And 3 more days beyond that would be the 23rd or this last Saturday. And so that means that the filings would have had to have been in by the 22nd. Unless, there's a big unless here. I've looked this up already before. It's supposed to be calendar days. If it is business days, then that means they have approximately 2 more days left. They have until this Wednesday to make the filing. Now, do note, you guys perhaps remember that today is the end day for anyone to have ownership or to claim ownership of shares to be able to be eligible to be voted for the shareholder meeting, the upcoming meeting. Today is the date where they record at the end of the day. If you try to buy shares today, you're not going to get a vote. Not for those shares anyways. You won't get those. You wouldn't get anything unless you bought it on the 22nd or before, which is why I let you guys know on the 22nd that you would have had to have in your account by the 22nd or by the 25th of close your positions. So I don't know what's going to happen between now and the 27th, but there may be a significant amount of buying pressure that shows up suddenly. I don't know for sure if it will, but there may be a significant amount of buying pressure. Moving forward, looking at options. Highest amount of open interest for this week. Closest to our current price is at an $8 strike. There is quite a few at $11 as well, but I'm not going to read those because that's not really close to where we're at right now. Actually, maybe I should. You know what? I'm gonna record the $11 strikes. There's currently 14.2 thousand contracts at $11. Highest amount of open interest on the put side, closest to our strike, not on the other side of it, but closest to it, is at a $7.50 strike. That's hold on a second here. I messed up putting my numbers in the wrong spot here. The $11 strike on the calls, by the way, it was $9 last week, so it's $11 this week. Highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. That's up 50 cents from last week. And there's currently 9.9 thousand contracts. Seems to be a pretty thin week in regards to calls and puts in contrast to normal. What is this? Ending 29. Yeah, it is a pretty thin week. Next week's even thinner, though. And the week after that's even thinner. So that's actually that's kind of exciting for me. I like seeing thin weeks on options. Let me give you guys a little bit of music as I pull over a couple different pages, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. This is like the third time that I've tried to get Ortex to show up with the charts this morning, and it's not loading. So give me just 1 second here. I'm gonna try something off screen here. I'm gonna try exiting out and logging back in and see if that helps. Yeah, I'm trying to wake you guys up here with that screen. Wow, that was bright. It just does not want to pull the chart this morning, guys. Well, that kind of sucks. Let me try one more thing. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's not wanting to show charts this morning. I'm not sure what the deal is, but we'll take a look at the numbers without it anyways. Short share interest of the free float showing up at 12.79. It's not showing anything. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Utilization at 56.77%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.47 million. That is definitely higher than what it was before. I don't have the actual number written down, so we'll have to wait until perhaps maybe later this morning to see what the difference was. But that's definitely going to be a higher amount of shares on loan than there was previously. Short share interest of the free float seems to be a little bit higher as well. But again, I don't know unless I had some of the numbers here to compare. So, and I don't have that this morning. I don't know why they're not loading up their charts. Let me just try another stock real quick just to see if it's just AMC or if it's everybody. Yeah, it's not just AMC, it's everything. Alrighty. I guess we'll take a look at that later. Futures on the market here. VIX showing up 2.22 and potential open somewhere around 1788. And futures on the market down. Most everything's about 0.2% or thereabouts. We have anywhere from 0.15 down to 0.39 down for this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers from last week, and this would be the total amount of orders for the day. AMC did make the list. We had a 73.57% buy to 26.43% sell ratio, looking very, very strong. Jimmy did not make the list. SSR trigger price for the day is at $6.86. Shares available to borrow. This is a pretty significant number of shares available to borrow right now. I do believe that if somebody's going to need to deliver a lot of shares, which the amount of shares that would need to be delivered is probably pretty close to this number, somebody's getting ready to borrow a bunch of shares. As of this morning, looks like they've already borrowed some shares. 1.7. 1.7 million shares borrowed so far this morning. Last week they were averaging about that much per day. somewhere around there. Today they've borrowed 1.7 already and then returned a significant portion of those already. Fees are at 3.1%. So far for the day-to-day, for this week, we have 92.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 36.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18,000 contracts that are in the money. In reference to what I was talking about, a kind of a shallow next 2 weeks and the options, the derivatives. We have pretty low numbers going forward in the next 2 weeks here. Got our pokey stick of volume, so I'm going to take a look at that real quick here just to kind of see where what kind of perhaps volume we're going to have for the day-to-day, which has not been reliable at all. Yeah, here it is. So we had about 44.8 thousand shares in the pokey stick, giving us a grand total of 61,000 shares in total for the day. Normally, when we've been seeing 60,000 shares per day, we've been doing random numbers for the day, and it's been making it very, very difficult for me to kind of do volume predictions because it could be anywhere from like 37 million down to as little as 18 million. So I usually try to guesstimate something that's kind of as close to that range as I possibly can. I don't like being over, so I'm going to do 10 to 30 million in volume prediction for the day-to-day. We had 13.8 million and 14.8 respectively last week. So I think that should be a pretty safe guesstimate on that 10 to 30 million. If we end up seeing 37 like we did before, I'm okay with being under. Big bank movers this morning. Have we seen any? Pre-market, I would not expect to see any big movers. Let's see what we got going on here. There is some down, but nothing in the range of like 2.75% or greater. Ethereum Classic is up 0.38, getting ever so close to a breakout point here. The US dollar is up 0.1 this morning at 105.69. Oil has traded in the pre-market and is up 0.97. Sometimes that means the market should be heading up, but not always. Looks like we have mortgage-backed securities that are trading so far this morning, but they're sitting at zero. Pre-market on SPY is at negative 0.24 and getting some pretty hefty volatility after the banks opened this morning. Oh, I forgot to show you guys this. So I did a little bit of a projection based off of on a 4-hour chart on our falling down of price, and I did a little bit of a projection here. And if this is truly indeed a flag and pennant situation that we had, then today I'm kind of estimating that we should see a drop down to around 423 on the SPY, which in that case would be about a 6-point drop from where we're at right now. Then there should be some consolidation followed by that for a day to a day and a half, and then where we go from there, anybody's guess. But my thought process is that eventually we're going to get down here to retest 415. I don't necessarily think, because normally when you see these like flag and pennant type situations, they usually start to get smaller and smaller over time, and this one's already so small right here that I can't imagine that there will be another one after this. But this is kind of what I've got projected, or what I feel like we may see. Which, considering the fact that RSI is already hot at 23.85, it'd be kind of odd to see it dropping some more. But you can see here by the Vortex indicator, there's no sign of release or a turn yet, and price movement down. And also the TTM squeeze is also saying, yeah, not done yet, still more. So my guess is we'll probably see price moving down into that 422 to 424 range, consolidating for a little bit. And we might get a little bit of a boost back up, maybe a retest of 433 again before seeing ultimately some more downwards momentum. Tesla in the pre-market this morning is down 1.41, trending down. Amazon is up 0.74, and ultimately it opened up this morning, and I'd say it's kind of consolidating from the open price. Cinemark up 1.98%, having traded 340 shares, is just up and consolidating. Doge is down 0.19 and still trending down this channel. Bitcoin down 0.65. GME is down 0.17 and consolidating. HYMC is up 1.5 and starting to trend back up a little bit here. It's consolidating from so far this morning. It's only traded 750 shares, but I'd say it's consolidating currently off the opening price. NCMI is up 4.17, and actually it's not traded yet this morning. That was Friday's closing numbers. Hood is down 0.62 and trending down, and AMC is up 0.66 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow from Friday, we had approximately $2.4 million more outflow than inflow. 67,000 shares traded so far this morning on a 4-hour time interval. We've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than our RSI of 42.91, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our RSI of 43.12, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 44.73, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.15, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour, I think I have this drawn out for a 1-hour chart here. On a 1-hour chart, we are testing the bottom side of this really, really heftily. I could probably move this down to about here for more accurate reporting. But we're really testing the bottom side of this wedge pretty heftily. We had what appeared to be, to me, an inverted head and shoulder. Never saw the price moving upwards. And in fact, you could almost say that it's starting to look a little bit more like a head and shoulders, not inverted. What does Ichimoto look like? Lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, and we've got red cloud forming ahead on the 1-hour charts. Usually that means price is going to be moving upwards. It is, the breakthrough of this cloud would be at $8. So any short-term investors would probably see this as a buy signal at $8 or greater. So I'm going to put in 805 as a key push point. And then we need to maintain 805 or higher going into the rest of the day. Anything above that should actually we would need to get above. We need to get the lagging line above price line and keep it there, which means we need to see at least 810. So let me rewrite this number. Say 815 is the magic number because we got to stay above 810. So 815 or higher should bring us in some more buying pressure. On a 4-hour chart, we are getting ever so close to the end of this really thick red cloud. The thinning or most thinningest portion of this cloud is at about an $8.18 price point. So seeing us trade below 818 before Wednesday is probably more than likely. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. The only thing that would cause this to turn into a buy signal for the day, a big buy signal for the day today, would be breaking the top side of the cloud here, which would be at about $10.45. And with that, I will head back to the back of the big tramp here in just a second. Get rid of my Ichimoto. I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I kept looking at the back of the big tramp this weekend, thinking that there's a possibility that I might see somebody playing poker or something like that, but I didn't see any of that this weekend, so I didn't show up. Although Saturday I did kind of conk out early, though. Tony says, looks like a classic middle finger formation to me. Wait a minute, I gotta go back out and see that again. Yeah, right there. I see it. Yep, I see the middle finger. The difficult thing about wedges like this is, for me, is that I feel like it's really, really difficult to tell which direction it's going to break on the wedge, because it's not always, there's not always a surefire way to be able to predict where that's going to be at. So in this particular case right now, the two things that I usually look at is where's price movement going, and in this particular case, the overall trend is up. If you see volume falling during that period of time as price is trending up, that's bearish, and it means it's going to break to the bottom side. If, however, you see volume start spiking just before it breaks out, volume spiking and price moving upwards are bullish. If price starts dropping down just before breakout and volume is continuously dropping, then that may be a sign for bullish momentum. But in this particular case, the overall trend is up here. And if I were to draw a trend channel on this, let's see, we would get... and oftentimes whenever I do draw these trend channels like this, whichever side it points to is the opposite side of which way it breaks. So in this particular case, the trend channel is pointing towards the upper side of the wedge, meaning that this may be a breakout to the bottom side of this wedge. If that were to be the case today, we would be looking at price moving to, I think this purple line is supposed to be our SSR tripping point. So let me move that real quick because it's not accurate. It's supposed to be at 686. If this were fall out of the wedge today, and in general the market were to start heading down significantly, like I'm kind of forecasting that I think it's going to tend to head down a little bit today. If that's the case, if we're going to move with the market, then we could be looking at like a, I don't know, probably as much as a 5 to 6% drop today. A 5% or 6% drop on price for AMC for today considering the fact that we might open around like 7. Let's just go off of 768 right now. Would be a 38-cent drop in price. So 729, 730 is for a finish, which is probably what I'm going to price in for today for price prediction. Would be about 730. That seems about right. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with 580 to 880. TB was in here earlier, giving a price prediction of 593 to 893. That is very close to what I have, but still with more than 10 cents away from what I have, so is eligible for an extra bonus point should he be within 10 cents of the price prediction. We could actually share a bonus point as the numbers cross over a little. Oh man. I just read what Weekend Warrior said. Hi Casey, I heard Austin got hit with hail last night. Are you okay? Is AMC forming a double bottom? Yeah, it might be. If we drop back down to that like 7 range, then yeah, it could be a little bit of a double bottom here. In regards to the hail, there were some places in Austin on the west side of the freeway, the major freeway, the I-35 that goes through here, that were receiving baseball size hail. And I saw an image of it from somebody that had one of them in their hands, and it definitely looked like a baseball. I did not see any hail last night, and if I did, it was minimal. Not enough to see any damage at all. But thank you for asking. Benjamin, good morning. Jendel Ronald, I don't see anything that tells me that it's over. No, MC, I did not talk about it. Supposedly, and Adam Aaron did release a tweet on this. Let me pull it up real quick here. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's not what I wanted. In regards to the strike, Adam Aaron 9 hours ago posted an announced deal ends the 5-month-long writers' strike pending an affirmative union member vote. Directors and writers' contracts now behind us. Only the Screen Actors Guild left to go. The world's movie theaters can celebrate. Extremely good news that progress is being made. He also tweeted about 7 hours ago. He said, no one has greater respect and appreciation for Taylor Swift than all of us at AMC Entertainment. Her concert film of the Eras Tour opens October 13th, is shattering our all-time records. AMC headquartered in Kansas City since 1920, so Taylor, welcome to the Chiefs Kingdom. As a lot of people were seeing Taylor Swift pounding on plexiglass, rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs. Darren, good morning. Johnny Meldrum says, if SPY continues to drop, where did you say it may go? How long are we talking out here? How much time do you want to add to this for prediction? Ultimately, and this is, like, where is it we could possibly find a bottom on the SPY? And I think I think in order to really kind of truly get a good idea as to where there may be support found in the future, obviously it's going to be the first major retest is going to be that 341 level. But it's I personally believe that it's got way more than that to drop, and we could be talking like retests of and you're gonna probably choke on this, but 220. I know one of the more, what's the word I want to use here? One of the more I think this might have been, hold on a second here. Let me just check something real quick here. No. Oh, SPX. On SPX, I think I might have drawn in a line. No, I didn't. I should just do this because I was going to draw in a line here on SPX. Oh, I did. There it is. Yeah, SPX, I was looking at about 2,300 as a potential support and resistance, final support and resistance. And SPX, in regards to where price movement's occurring right now, is in a pretty long ascending parallel channel. I mean, one that started way back in like a year ago. Just take that into consideration in regards to how long of an ascending parallel channel this is. If this is a 1 year ascending parallel channel, and we break out of this, which we're really close to doing, by the way, if we break out of this ascending parallel channel, I do expect it to be pretty soon from now, it will be a pretty dramatic drop, I think. But in regards to time, that could be a ways out. It could take, I don't know, it could take a year to get there. If you go back and you look at the historically, do I have that chart pulled up here? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I do. If you go back and you look historically at some of the larger recessions that we've had in the past, in contrast to where we're at right now, these are actually by day. The days are equivalent from some of the previous historical market crashes that we've seen. You can see that we're, if you compare this to like 2000 and 1929, we're past a 2008 recession, by the way, in time. So there's no chance this is going to be a recession like 2008. And it was quick. It was a quick recession. Moved from top to bottom, moved down in a little less time than we have currently. But when you compare these, we are maybe 2/3 of the way done here before finding a bottom. Which, if that's the case, and you call the top at around January of 2022, which is the top, then we'd be looking at another year, probably, or close to almost a year of downwards momentum in the market, at least.
Wednesday? Bye?
At least.
What do you want today? Huh? Good question. Out of turkey, mixed with Lunchables.
Johnny says, "Okay, dang, thank you, Casey. You're welcome." I don't. I'm not sure I would call that a thank you moment, but if you're welcome. I'm just checking to see if I can. Ortex is still showing no pictures right now. I was hoping I was going to be able to get an image popped up on that. Go Good says when might we see going back up over 8? I would suggest this week in the later portion. You're welcome, Johnny. Nate Ross. It was really interesting to watch that unfold. So here's the deal. Because I saw a lot of apes like immediately start attacking him as soon as he said what he had to say. Our fundamentals don't look very good on paper for AMC, and so I understand where he's coming from. And I also understand whenever there's a lot of shills that come out that start talking about like AMC fundamentals, I kind of cringe a little because there's not really much you can say about the fact that the fundamentals are kind of crap, but the problem is that they're not really looking at the fact that the AMC is improving and that it has the ability to be able to remove all of the negative aspects of their fundamentals that they that are negative currently. And so when you don't take that into consideration because you're not watching it, you're just simply looking at current fundamentals, then you just don't know, right? So, and here's the thing: anytime you talk to somebody who is what I like to refer to as like an institutional trader, they're looking. Casey is shilling. No, I'm not shilling. The fundamentals don't look good. But when you look at somebody like anybody who's an institutional investor, you're not going to see things the same way that we're looking at it. And that's because they don't see good investments as being squeeze plays. Like you will never, ever find anybody who has fundamentally sound trading habits will never look at a squeeze position and be like, oh yeah, there's a good buy. They just don't. That's too much risk for them to be able to try and make a position. So I don't care who it is. It could be Michael. It could be Charles Payne. It could be anybody. It does not matter who it is. At some point or another, they're going to look at the fundamentals and they're going to say like, this is not something that's really that great of a position. And at some point, they're going to say something negative. We've had Charles Payne, even though he's mainly on our side in what it is that we're doing here, he has still, on occasion, said some negative things about AMC as well. So, and you can't ignore that. You have to see those. You have to see that there is definitely a risk factor involved in investing in a company that has poor fundamentals, but they're improving. They're improving. They have within their grasp the power that they need in order to change those fundamentals. So I'm not worried about it. The problem is that there's people out there who, when they look at AMC, they go like, "Oh, that's not a very good investment." Okay, so what? That's your decision. They said the same thing about GameStop, and look where GameStop's at now. So there's two different sides of a coin. For every situation, there's always two ways to look at it. But for somebody who is not investigating heavily into what's been happening with a stock, if they just simply go in and they go like, okay, well, let's see what's going on here, and they just start looking at the fundamentals and they look at the numbers of AMC, they're not going to see good things. And they're not going to sit there and go like, oh yeah, that sounds like a great buy. But we see it differently. And the reason that we see it differently is because we know that we caught shorts in a position to where they're stuck. And that's a really key aspect to this. And no institutional investor will ever look at that and be like, oh, I'm going to count on everybody else to do their part to hold. They will never do that. That's not what they do. They don't sit there and count on other people to, do what it is that they say they're going to do. No, Tank Dog, I do not. And short interest is not dropping. It's actually going up. I'd show it to you on a report right now, but I can't because they're not. Ortex is down right now, but I'd show you right now that it's actually going up. I'm refreshing right now to see if it's gonna. No, still not pulling. But I can show you later. I can show you plenty of times from the past where short interest is rising. It's not falling. Are you concerned about the debt? No, not any longer. That's why I'm saying, Dr. Zis, Adam Aaron has within his grasp what he needs to remove that as a factor. Hey Johnny, check the rules for this channel for me, because we don't talk about other stocks here, not unless it's some kind of relationship to AMC. But one of the things that I think is interesting about Michael, and by the way, I stopped following him. A lot of people had suggested that, especially Edward Bertrick, and I'm probably destroying his last name, but you know who I'm talking about if you know. Some people had put out some links to who Michael Gad, who is invested with, and why he may be saying some of the things that he's saying. And it was enough information for me to say, like, okay, I'm not going to follow this guy anymore. There's a potential possibility of conflict of interest with him saying negative things about AMC. So I stopped following him. I won't probably talk about him any further. As I've mentioned on several occasions in the past, if there's people out there who are crapping on your investment, then what do? And in my case, I think the perfect solution is to just ignore them. So I don't have anything to say. Michael doesn't see what's going on here. He's only looking at it from a surface perspective. And I understand why he's looking at it the way he's looking at it, but he might also have a conflict of interest as well. And I say might because a lot of times I think that a lot of times people draw conclusions that because somebody has a financial position holding with one particular institution or have had a dealing with them in the past, that they're immediately at fault for anything in the future. And it's just like I don't make those kind of judgments on people like that. I don't think just because and you can hate me for this if you want to, but just because Trump shook Epstein's hand at one point in time doesn't mean that he was flying in a jet over to his island all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because you shook somebody's hand or just because you had a dealing with them at one point or another doesn't automatically make you guilty of something. It could mean that you are, but it doesn't automatically make you guilty of it. I think those are really far leaps to be making. It's very much so like with Adam Aaron. So many people have connected Adam Aaron to individuals in this community. I mean, him and Kramer have a somewhat of a long history, standing history on being so connected in some way or another. So what? Who cares? It's part of doing business. You know people. So it's 7:37. I'm gonna go ahead and list a message up here and take a break. Give me just a second. Gotta get those Bollinger Bands back up. I already gave my price prediction and volume prediction for the day today. I've got 580 to 880 and volume at 10 to 30 million. We'll see what ends up happening with volume. I have a feeling it's going to get suppressed pretty heftily today, but we'll see what ends up happening. The Pope shook Hitler's hand. That's my point, right? Like, just because you go and shake somebody's hand or you've done business with them or something like that does not immediately make you guilty of being connected to the person in bad ways. It just doesn't make sense. Alrighty, guys. I will see you guys on the other side of 8:15. See you in a bit.
air.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Three, two, one, zero, zero.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Man, I lost track of time. I was reading an article about no daylight savings time in Texas. And I was asking my wife, I said, are we going to have, I just read something recently saying that we might not have daylight savings here in Texas anymore. And apparently the House voted unanimously with like only 123 to 5 or something like that we would not have a daylight savings any longer here in Texas. But apparently it's not going to get, even if it passes and the governor signs off on it, it still is, I guess, up to the federal government for some reason or another. I'm kind of excited about that. It's something I thought I'd never see happen in my lifetime, but I've lived in a state before, Arizona, where there was no daylight savings, and it is so much better. Like, you can't even... It was so much better. The whole spring forward and fallback crap, worthless. I don't understand why we have it to this day, and I've even done a lot of extensive research into why it is that we have daylight savings in the first place, and a lot of people don't even understand why we have it. A lot of people seem to think that it has to do with farming, and it has zero to do with farming. Believe it or not, fact is that it has to do with wartime situations where the last time it was put into an effect was when we were in World War II to prevent bombing of the United States. They wanted people to have their lights off by a certain period of time, and so they were utilizing daylight saving, or they were using daylight in order to impact when people would have lights on and not have them on. And so it all has to do with wartime stuff. And it's like, we're not even in war anymore. Why the hell are we still doing this? What the hell? So, but it's kind of interesting. So I'm anxiously awaiting for the day to come to where we don't have to do daylight savings anymore. It's such a pain in the butt. Never thought we'd see weed legalized in states either, so it's kind of interesting. Maybe I get to see both of those things before I pass away. Who knows? We'll see. Alrighty, guys. It's that time of the day to get the day started. I did do predictions, price predictions earlier this morning. I did it at quite a bit earlier. 580 to 880 is my prediction. Apex is sticking with a 651 to 951. TV's going with 593 to 893. I'm expecting a volume prediction of 10 to 30 million shares, but we may see it be on the low side, and that I would not put it past the market to, holy crap, the VIX is way up. 6.8% up right now. Where in the world does that put the SPY? Only down 0.33? Yeah. Okay. Well, this should be interesting. See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
You're slim and you're weak, you got the
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Bitcoin did not drop as much as suspected. Let me go ahead and show you guys what it is that I was taking a look at. I drew some circles in here. We're missing something in between. Let me show you in Discord. What I had shown earlier this weekend was this, essentially, is that we were getting very, very close to the end of a head and shoulder pattern, and that the dropout should be occurring at the end of that time frame. I kind of felt that we would be retesting 24/7 in a very short period of time in here. Ooh, I got hiccups. And I know it didn't happen, right? We didn't retest that level right away. And what I kind of have circled out here is when you're looking at this from a daily perspective, I would expect this side of the head and shoulders to be very mirror image of this side over here. So what led to this drop and then the eventual break to the top side of this head and shoulders, I expect the exact opposite. So we saw the rise in price to a certain point, and then I think that the eventual fall is going to be down and retesting 24/7. When it breaks 24/7, it should move pretty swiftly and be retesting 19.4K a coin, at which point that will complete the ascending broadening wedge pattern, at which point it has a 62% chance at having a continuation beyond 19.4 and seeing a retest of some of the previous lows in the past that we've seen, and potentially even as low as 12.3K a coin. Why am I paying so heavily attention to this? A lot of collateral that's held by financial institutions, whether it be banks, whether it be hedge funds, whether it be our brokers, is being held inside of crypto. And so whenever I see a crypto pull, a rug pull on crypto, I know that it's a need for liquidity in the marketplace, or collateral needed to basically bring money back into the market and support any long holding positions against price movement downwards. So if we're going to see a continuation of price movement downwards in the market, I would expect to see the collateral being pulled out of crypto. It didn't happen like I thought it was going to this weekend, and I'm really kind of surprised. It did start moving down after the end of the head and shoulder period time here that I had displayed, and it's been moving pretty steadily. The consolidation in here is just absolutely phenomenal. I started the live stream about 20 minutes late today, trying to look for potentially like maybe why the market was not pulling this collateral. And I really couldn't find anything specific that stood out in my mind. This morning I was going through a lot of different data that's been posted up by people on the internet and trying to figure out if there was some kind of like Fed dump oh shoot, doggone it. I had it pulled up earlier this morning. I closed it out. Hold on a second. Let me find something real quick here. I was looking for... Is it this one? Yeah. So I did find somebody had mentioned the Fed pulled the $50 billion emergency liquidity away from the banks this week. But I went and looked at it, and the data that I saw there would actually probably be the exact opposite of what I would expect to see happening, right? Like if the Fed was pulling out or pulling liquidity away from the market, then the market would definitely be having or needing to go into crypto to pull out collateral otherwise. So, and when I actually went in and looked at some of the numbers, I wasn't seeing quite the same thing that was being posted here. So I'm a little confused as to what it is that they're saying. However, the one thing that I can't find, and I've been looking for, and I would love it if you guys could help me with this, I'm looking for the BTFP and seeing where or what kind of reporting there is on numbers for BTFP that are showing how much that program is being utilized monetarily. So if you're not aware what BTFP is, I've talked about it on a couple different occasions. Let's see here. So it stands for Bank Term Funding Program. It was started back in August of 2023-ish, March, August, somewhere around there, I think. And then I can't find any place that shows reporting on how heavily it's being utilized. So it was initially created when we had some of the bank failures that were occurring, and so the Federal Reserve decided to kind of create this 1-year program that would allow them to be able to sell assets in order to, I guess, ward off potential failures that they were going to have. It's the bottom line is essentially a can kicking event, program that's basically allowing banks to kind of push off for a year any kind of financial troubles that they may have by using assets that they already own as collateral, which is part of the reason why I'm kind of suspecting that, we should be seeing large amounts of collateral coming out of crypto, but we're not. And so I'm wondering, like, if they're utilizing this program to use assets as collateral instead to create liquidity in the marketplace, then that could be part of the reason why we're seeing no collateral being pulled out of crypto. But I can't find that anywhere, so I'm looking for it. If you all happen to find that, let me know. I'd love to see it. Because it could give us an idea as to how heavily the banks are utilizing that program. We got about 15 minutes before I get into the numbers for the day today. Price has gone back up on AMC to $7.68. We're up 0.66% for the day today. I am joining the back of the Big Tramp. If anybody wants to show up there, you're more than welcome to. And Donkey Kong says, screw him with a big old middle finger. Yeah, I don't love Bitcoin at all. I don't love any cryptocurrencies. I think they're terrible investments. I would never put money into something that's deregulated and so heavily utilized by financial institutions that we know are massively corrupt. It seems like an accident just waiting to happen. It's a train wreck. It's probably one of the world's biggest train wrecks just waiting to happen. I mean, the amount of crying that's going to happen when you see Bitcoin drop from where it's at now at 26K a coin to 13K a coin, when it drops half its value and in a relatively short period of time, very much like it did when it dropped from 60 down to 30, you're going to be, or 15, it actually dropped down to 15. When it went from 60 down to 15, you should have heard the people crying for, I sat in so many space calls listening to crypto owners who were talking about how crypto needed to be regulated and like saying all the things that you never hear them saying. Like never, ever, ever in the past have you ever heard somebody say, "Oh, we need cryptocurrency to be regulated," and now all of a sudden, once they lose, when the value drops from 60K a coin down to 15K a coin, everybody starts losing their minds and saying that it needs to be regulated. So, which I don't disagree with. Seeing such an unregulated market trading the way that it is ridiculous. Starbase, welcome. Hope you didn't get hailed on. People west of me did. Rugged says, well, at least they don't seem to short BTC into the ground. Yeah, it's not regulated. Institutional money's safe there. They don't have to worry about any kind of regulation, so they can just do whatever it is they want to do. And then get away with it. No, Steven, SSR was not triggered on Friday. Don't get me wrong, though, Real Rugged. I don't hate it. I don't hate Bitcoin. I just don't think that it doesn't make sense to me as far as a good investment goes. Maybe the initial thought process behind Bitcoin was probably a good thing, but it was literally created after the 2008 financial crisis as a means to try and keep money safe and out of the hands of people who are manipulating markets. And now who's responsible for driving those prices in those markets now? And it's become what it wasn't supposed to be. And I would say, when you say it seems more like regulation equals more crime, it's more like organized crime, right? Organized crime that comes with small penalties. Seems like more the case. Oh, no hail on South Padre Island? Yeah, I can imagine having hail on South Padre Island would be kind of unusual, wouldn't it? Go Good says it can't be worse than what's going on with AMC. Oh, but it can. Oh, but it can. Yep, NZ AMC Jimmy Holder says more like regulation follows crime to make it loophole legal. Yep. Go Good says how? Because so you should probably go read up on FTX. That would probably be a great way. And I'll just tell you that FTX is not the only exchange out there that is doing some of the illegal transactions that FTX was accused of doing. There are other exchanges, crypto exchanges as well, that are just as heavily responsible for some of the fraud that's happening in our markets currently, happening in those exchanges, and I think it's very well known, And I think it's also part of the reason why the U.S. is probably trying to come up with its own digital currency that's going to compete with and prevent the usage of those currencies. But FTX would be a great place to start if you want to know how. Yep. I didn't want to say it, Billy, but since you did, I'll go ahead and just ride your coattails. Binance is a great example. And I guarantee you that they're probably just as guilty of the same type of stuff that FTX was doing. Selling products that don't exist to create liquidity. Oh, and then this weekend, I posted this. I didn't mention this morning. I thought this was really, really interesting, and I kind of knew about this already, but I hadn't said anything about it, and but I decided to post on it this weekend. And I said, let me guess, Jamie. I always call him Demon, by the way. Jamie Demon hosts a private meeting with he's the CEO. In case you guys don't know, he's the CEO of J.P. Morgan. Jamie Dimon hosts a private meeting with President Zelensky, Eric Schmidt, Mike Bloomberg, Robert Kraft, Bill Ackerman, and Ken Griffin on the eve of a man begging for money to fund his war. Desperate men are willing to do the work of the devil in desperate times. I'm not even kidding with you guys right now. I fully believe that there's probably some backdoor deals that are being made to hide potential positions in the marketplace in order to escape viewing Zelensky, whatever. Zelensky. Yeah. So yeah, it's there's some stuff going on there. There's there's no reason for him to have a private meeting with those individuals. There's zero, unless he's looking to try and raise some money out of their pockets. And the only reason that they would have money to send to his direction is for a favor in return. So mark my words, there's something shady going on there. Excuse me. I've got some interesting hiccups this morning. It's like a cross between a hiccup and a burp. But man, I tell you what, I can't think of a better reason. Like I've been torn for a long time on the whole funding, helping fund the Ukraine war. But him meeting with those individuals is enough said for me, and I'm done. As an American citizen, I don't want to see another dollar go into his pocket, Zelensky. I really just don't. I know he's now willing to deal with people who are financially bankrupting this country, and the people within inside of it, and for him to take that step right there and have that meeting is enough to tell me that enough of our funds. I'm tired of seeing our funds, our hard-earned taxpayer money, going into his pocket. Because he's basically willing to deal with the devil now, and make deals for money that our government's probably just not coughing up anymore, because of us, because of people don't want to see it anymore. We're tired of it. We're done. We're done. Parrotborn says maybe they just all belong to a book discussion group or a regular poker game. Are you selling me a bridge? I think you have a bridge to sell me, sir. Real Rugged says, would you rather the Ukraine cuddle up to our bankers or our government? Government. By far, hands down, government. He has no business dealing with our business leaders of this country. None whatsoever. Not financial business leaders. It'd be a different story if it was. I mean, that list. I don't know. There's just no reason. Ken Griffin? Come on, man. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather have him deal with the country. To me, do you remember? This is gonna be getting political here. It's considered treason. I should look this up first. It can be considered treason for anybody to do business that deals with war type dealings if it's not in the best interest of the United States of America. It can be. In other words, like, let's say, for example, you were to, let's say the United States had like a trading embargo with like Cuba or something like that, right? And then you as a business person went in and decided that you were going to just start shoveling money into the pockets of the Cuban leaders through whatever transactions that you decided. That can be considered treason. And in this particular case, because the United States is on the side of the Ukraine, that's the only reason why this is not considered treason. Treason is because of the fact that they're considered an ally. But I guarantee you that if this was any other situation at all, it very well could be considered treason. Especially if people understood where or why the money was being used. Yeah, TB says with enemies, not ally. Exactly. Steven says, just because you don't think we should give them more money doesn't mean you're anti-Ukraine. Exactly. I'm not anti-Ukraine. I just don't think that we should be giving them any more money. You're absolutely right. Kroba says, you know where and why the money is being used then? No, but I know who and why the money is coming from those individuals. So it's not really the part. I don't really care how he uses the money. I care more about like why, what favors is he going to extend or give back in return for the money that's being given out by the individuals he's meeting with. And that's the problem that I take issue with. Not how he's going to spend the money, how he's going to return, what favors is he going to return for the money. They're not just giving him money out of their own kindness of their hearts, I promise you that. Not those individuals. Sam says, aren't they contracted to do the rebuild? They are probably just wanting to see how the demolition is coming along. Oh man, that's rough. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Crowbar. The U.S. isn't giving out of kindness either. Yep, I agree. But I don't think that I think that these are matters that should be planned and worked out between government leaders and not financial. I don't know what word I'm looking for. Businessmen. Sammy boy, good morning. It's 9:01. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. AMC is up 2.1% at $7.78. I'll take you guys over to the other page here, and let's give it a first run through for the day. Let's see what we got going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication is a thing. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to do such a thing. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, which is, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's time for a new phone for me, because this phone's starting to act up. And when I go to trade phones out, of course I'm going to have problems getting into all my stuff again unless I have a backup device. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I'll try to make this as quick as I possibly can here, guys, because you're going to want to see price moving upwards. Wait a minute. It said SSR was on. I see why you were asking if it was tripped on Monday. I don't know why it was saying it was on, but it's not. It wasn't tripped on Friday. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to move some screens around. Earlier this morning on Ortex, we were unable to see some of the data this morning because they weren't showing the map, or the what am I trying to say? The charts that they normally show. It's still having problems reporting the chart. I don't know why, but it is. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here for numbers. Starting in the top left-hand side, last week I ended up winning the week with price prediction tally points. With having the closest, I was about 12 cents off on the final price prediction for the day. I said 750 for target average, and we ended up hitting 762, so it was real close. This week, I've got 580 to 880. Eric has 644 to 944. Apex has 651 to 951, and TB has 593 to 893. There's enough of a price spread between all. Eric and Apex don't have enough of a price spread to get any additional bonus points, but me and TB have a big enough difference. Moving on. Short exempt volume, 245.7 thousand shares going through short exempt volume on Friday. Utilization is 56.77%, which is a little bit down day over day. Day over day price was a decrease to 1.04%. Max pain this morning was at $8. It was up from $7.50 at the end of last week. And taking a look at off exchange this morning, normally by this time of the day we would see about 44% going through off exchange. It's 58.53. EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11. It's 14.67. The combined total 73.2%. Or about 19.2% higher than it should be. There is a lot of price suppression going on right now. Total amount of shares going through CHX, 2,806. That's a lot of shares. Actually, that's kind of high for right now by this time of the day. I feel like it's kind of high. GME CHX volume is 18. Not a whole lot. Taking a look at institutional ownership being reported this morning, it was at 154.075 million. Still the same, no change. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far in call contracts this morning is coming through at a $8 strike. That is up. Give me a second here. That is exactly what it was last week when we closed out the week. There's currently 2.3 thousand contracts. That's actually kind of low volume for the day. Normally, I think a normal day usually is around 3,500 contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. That's 50 cents lower than what we ended the week at last week. And there's currently 2.4 thousand contracts there. we are actually having a pretty low volume this morning on options. Taking a look at Ortex, and again, you know what? Let me close this page out and see if I can reload this page. Let me just see if I can reload it real quick here and see if I can get better results by closing it out and reopening it. This is the only thing I haven't done yet. Yeah, it's still not getting it. I'm going to have to send him a report. All right. So far for the day-to-day, we've had 323,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to make the estimated short share interest of the free float rise to 12.92%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.32, average is 3.25, max 4.33. Utilization is at 56.77%. I think it was around 59% last week. And shares on loans at 27.47 million shares. That is definitely higher than what it was last week. But since I can't get the charts to show right now, I have no way of showing that to you. Yeah, it won't show me any charts. You suck, Ortex. You're sucking today. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. Looking for AMC and GME on this list on here. And AMC is on the very last one on the most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. It's number 30. We have a 74.78% buy to 25.22% sell ratio. So looking really, really, really good on our buy-sell ratio. But it does look like we have enough low enough volume for the day-to-day that we may fall off that list before the day is over. SSR trigger price. So just know that we have a pretty good buy-sell ratio. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $6.86. Shares available to borrows at 3.6. Earlier this morning we saw about what did I write down? 1.7 million shares borrowed. They borrowed another 100,000 here, and so we're looking at 1.8 million shares. That's actually kind of pretty close to the average that we've been seeing lately. Fees are at 3.8%. There's currently 92.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.2 thousand contracts in the money. 36.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 18,000 contracts that are in the money. Got a very mild or light week going into the next 2 weeks in volume on contracts, which I tend to think is sometimes a good thing. NASDAQ is down 0.08, Dow Jones is down 0.25, S&P 500 is down 0.11. We have 3,222 decliners to 2,750 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Big bank movers for this morning. We've got FRC down 20%, Silvergate down 4.35%. Other big movers, doesn't look like we have any. They're all kind of very mildly moving today. Not many of them are, I don't think there's even any over 1%. A little bit of mixed reviews though, some red, some green. Ethereum Classic is up 0.65 and getting ever closer to a breakout point here. The US dollar is up 0.29 and trending up. Oil is up 0.49 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere. Actually, both of them are down 0.77 and consolidating after having opened up lower. SPY is down 0.07 and trending up. VIX is heading the other direction, up 2.62% and trending down after an initial open at 1841. Looks like somebody's taking a step to make sure this doesn't continue to launch upwards, the volatility here. VBR is up 0.11 and trending slightly up. VB is up 0.04 and consolidating. Tesla is down 0.58, but trending up kind of. sort of, a little bit. Amazon is up 1.29, trending up. Cinemark is up 1.96, trending up. Doge is up 0.18 and consolidating. Actually, hold on a second. Trending up. Never mind. I was on the wrong time. I wasn't on a minute interval. Bitcoin is down 0.4 and trending up. GME is down 0.38 and trending up. HYMC is down 0.03 and on a very slight decline. Downtrend. NCMI is down 0.42 and maybe a slight downtrend. Hood is down 0.36 and trending up. AMC is up 2.11 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately, 1,500, I don't know, somewhere around there. It's really like $100,000 more inflow than outflow, just slightly more than that. Volume is 3.26 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 42 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 30.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so we're almost inside that pace already. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.24, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.72, which is average. On a 30-minute chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence within the last hour. RSI is at 53.63, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.71, which is slightly above average. Ichimoto on a 1-hour time interval. Let's see what we got going on here. Lagging line is just barely above price line. Conversion is still below base price. Today, we want to try to target above $8.15. That'll keep the lagging line above price line, and a close of anything above $8.15 by the end of today should turn this into a pretty strong buy signal for the day. Yeah. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base, and we don't have a thinning portion of this cloud to break through until the later portion of this week on Thursday, late Wednesday to Thursday, early Thursday. So seeing a price close at around 8.15 would keep us underneath the cloud here, and we would probably see that us trading sideways for probably the next couple days, or maybe a little bit of fluctuation either up or down leading into Thursday's potential breakthrough here, and more than likely more buying volume kicking in. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Let's see what you guys are saying here. But Donkey Kong says, have you ever... Oh, wait. I just skipped like a whole bunch right there. But Donkey Kong, I had never heard of that Super Bowl. Have you ever heard the story about how Putin stole Robert Kraft's Super Bowl? I had not heard about it. Real Rugged says PCE on Friday. Yes. We don't have any economic reports due today. Tomorrow we have new home sales, which are expected to drop. Consumer confidence, which is expected to drop. Wednesday we have durable goods, which is expected to increase orders. Initial jobless claims are supposed to be coming in on Thursday, which are supposed to be up. Powell speaks on Thursday at 4 p.m., which means it will be past the time that I would be able to stream it for you guys. And then, of course, Friday, PCE. Which right now, I don't see any estimates. Okay, it's saying 0.2. Looks like it's going to stay the same. Estimates is that it stays the same. Whoa. Shimmer says, while Raytheon received the funds for the missiles, they have not yet delivered them, claiming they were taking guidance. I think that was supposed to be a guidance from Ken Griffin. Say what? Why would he have anything to do with that? That's kind of weird. Tendies Plus Plus says a friend's dad is a Raytheon high up. Ken Griffin advising them is beyond I can't even. It sounds like a fake story that's like made up to. Yeah, it's a joke. Got it right. If Ken Griffin's failing to deliver, it definitely seems like a joke. Every time you mention the term breakout, I think the song "Way Out" from the original Flintstones series. Will you be shaving your beard live on air? I have had people ask me if I would do a live stream for the shaving of the beard, and I will. Dr. D, yes. If you go to, I'll tell you what. I'll just do it for you. I'll make it really, really simple for you. I'll go find the video and give you the link. Give me just a second. If you go to my channel and you go to the live section and then just go to search and then type in IC. There were days where I was actually, it's the very first one that pops up in here. It looks like it might be a standalone 1 hour video. That it looks like I might have done a 2-day part on this. It looks like I may have one section of the training on the might have been cut off, and then there might have been like a secondary section for it. So let me just check something really quick here, because I imagine. Let me just check it out real quick here so I can get you the proper link on this. Of course, you're going to hear me talking here. There we go. I cut off the sound so I wouldn't have to hear it. Let's see. Nope, that's not the one. So most of the training videos that I'd ever done on trading indicators would have been the time that it occurs. I was doing this training videos at like 11:30 in the afternoon. So if I start at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5.5 hours into it is about when those training videos would have started. Yep, sure enough, here it is. Almost perfectly 5 hours, 5.5 hours into this video, and I'll post you the link here. It's like 5 hours and 31 minutes into the video. me see if this works. Tell me if this. I'm gonna post this up here. You tell me if it works. Let me know if that gives you the right link there. Hopefully that takes you right to the timestamp, but I don't know if it will or not. It works? Okay, cool. But I did a whole series a long time ago on a bunch of different trading indicators. So if you have any questions about a trading indicator, what you can do is just go to my live streams, hit the live tab, right, and then just click on the search bar and type in whatever indicator it is with the initials, right, like whatever it may be that you want to look up. MAVI, Bollinger, BOLL. Just type it in. Put it in there and see if it pops up. And then it'll be about around 5.5 hours into the video. Oh, son of a gun! It took you to 5:01. I should have put 5:31. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Let me retype that link out. Hold on. There you go. That should be it right there. That's the link. 5:30. That should take you to 5:31 now. Just looking through some of my messages real quick here, just trying to see if there's anything I need to discuss. All right, let me check AMC news, see if there's anything out currently, any new news. Doesn't appear like there is. It is showing on Webull, however, that there's some news on here. Let's check out what it's saying. I'm sure it'll be a friendly little piece here. AMC CEO sees movie theater upside from writer's strike deal. Well, it looks like they're basically talking about the tweet Adam Aaron put out about the writer's strike being pretty much over with. Not entirely. His exact words were, "An announced deal ends the 5-month-long writer's strike pending an affirmative union member vote. Directors and writers' contracts now behind us. Only the Screen Actors Guild left to go. The world's movie theaters can celebrate extremely good news that progress is being made." Holy crap. I see Kansas City destroyed the Bears this weekend. What the hell happened? I'm just now seeing in the video with Taylor Swift that there was like 40-0 at one point. Hold on a second here. I gotta look at what the game was. What the hell happened? 41-10? What happened, Bears fans? You can't let somebody come in and walk all your 10 points were all scored in the fourth quarter. What the hell? Why did you guys wait to show up until the fourth? It's like Kansas City probably had all their fourth string guys in. Uh-oh, here comes some Bear fans here. Hold on a second. Oh, Petrofire, are you a Bears fan?
You know it.
You're probably hurting today. You're probably hurting.
Oh, for sure. For sure. They were talking up that the Taylor Swift and Kelsey thing, though. They were milking that.
Oh, were they milking it? Nice.
Yeah.
You know,
The announcers, they're all over that.
I think they kind of, I mean, I haven't seen them side by side. I don't think I have anyways. They kind of seem to make a good couple. I mean, he seems to be pretty tall and she's kind of a taller individual. I'm kind of like trying to envision them together, and I feel like they kind of look like they look like they might be a good couple. I kind of have to see them next to each other to tell for sure, but they seem like they might be a good match. The only problem I have is that, I mean, he's like what, 2 months older than her. I don't know, man. I've got this problem with like professional sports athletes who are single, especially into like an older age, where I go like, this, like, would you want your daughter with, I don't know. I don't know. I cringe a little because I go like, He's probably a great guy. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. I worry.
Oh, I definitely think that could be a red flag if you're not thinking of that.
Yeah.
So, why has he been single so long?
Yeah, right. There's something there, He's probably a great guy. Probably a really great guy. I don't know.
Don't mess this up for us, Travis. Don't mess this up for us, Travis.
Yeah, don't please don't leave a bad taste of Kansas City in Taylor Swift's mouth.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I know Adam Aaron posted something about that too. I thought it was pretty cool. But it is interesting.
Wesley says Miley Cyrus has had a bigger influence than Taylor Swift. Are you saying that she's had a bigger influence on Taylor Swift, or are you saying like influence in general? Like, I don't know. Anyways, I wish the best for him. I mean, it's not like she hasn't been through a lot of guys too, so maybe it's a match made in heaven for him.
Yeah, you might be right. Definitely, we'll see what happens out of it.
Maybe they'll find something in each other that they have been unable to find anywhere else. So I hope the best for him. Yeah, and see, even Tech We Love said it too. Same question, why has she been single for so long? Yeah, exactly. Z-Wade says Taylor will screw it up, then write a song about him and ruin his brand. Let's hope for the best. I would prefer to hope for success in a relationship than failure. You know it's love if she changes her last name. I don't know if that's true for. Nah, I don't know. I don't think I agree with that. It's different in Hollywood. The last name is all about a branding of, because her name's obviously not Taylor Swift. It's something else. So she'll probably change her actual real name to, his. I don't even know. She'll still be known as Taylor Swift. It's the whole like you're talking about Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus and what was her stage name? I can't think of what her stage name was. Well, she'll maybe she'll change her name to Kelsey. I don't know her last name, but it'll probably be her real last name. Hannah Montana. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. I mean, Travis and Taylor. Travis and Taylor. Actually, what is Taylor Swift's real name? I think I've seen it before somewhere. Hold on.
Actually, I think they should walk out to AC/DC's TNT. That would be their stage song.
Holy shit! This is saying that is her real name. That can't be her real name. There's no way. Wait, did you say they should walk out to a Taylor Swift song for getting married? Is that what you said?
No, for AC/DC's TNT.
Oh.
That would be funny, like an entrance song.
Yeah. This says that her real name is Taylor Allison Swift. I'm finding that like super hard to believe because they usually have like a stage name. This will be interesting if that's the case. I did not know that. Okay, maybe that really is her name. Never mind. Okay, I guess she's as real as it gets. Giorgio. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but Gregorio. That's probably how you say it. Gregorio says, nope, that's her real name. Apparently it is. He will change his last name to Swift. Travis Swift. You know, I've never really, yeah, maybe. Who knows? Taylor Kelsey. It just doesn't ring well. I can't see her changing her last name. Taylor's dad started Swift Trucking and sold it. Worst truck drivers out here. What? Really? I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. I learned two things new today. I didn't know that was her real name, and I didn't realize that he started Swift, the trucking company. Oh, come on. You know you secretly care, 1796 Patriot. You know you do. Paul says he didn't start Swift. Uh-oh. Now we have... I heard he was a stockbroker, so I thought that was kind of interesting that she would say he started a trucking company. But, I mean, maybe he was... I don't know, maybe he was involved in the startup or something, or the buying of it. Who knows? What are your thoughts of AMC becoming a music convert exhibitor? If it makes them money, I think it's great. Yeah, I mean, most musicians, I actually just learned, I think within the last couple years, within probably the last 3 years, I learned that, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Hold on a second here. The Weezer's lead singer name, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Weezer lead singer. Oh, Rivers Cuomo. I thought that was his real name. I thought that was his legit real name, Rivers Cuomo. It's not Rivers Cuomo. I had no idea. That was not... it was completely unexpected, and that's when I found out about 3 years ago when I found that out about him. I found out that actually a lot of musicians have stage names, and so now I just assume that they all had stage names at this point. Because I started going through and looking at all the different names and finding out. I mean, of course, some of them are pretty obvious that they're stage names, but the Sting, Slash, those are obviously stage names. But some of the other ones I thought they were legit and just are not. Well, Paul just cleared that up. Jerry Moyes started Swift Transportation Company in 1966. Google's your friend. Don't just take people's word for it. Casey's confusing musicians with strippers again. Oh no, Paul, no, say it's not true. Chat GPT? Oh no. It's so cringe to use Chat GPT for correct information. I refuse to use Chat GPT for correct information. Man, Paul, give me a second. I'm gonna tell you. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna tell you from my own experience. I have done many fact checks on ChatGPT, and it has let me down so many times. I feel like maybe you just need to ask it like more technical questions, because it is really really bad and not always accurate. Anybody who's using ChatGPT for research is probably giving you about as good information as you can get from Wikipedia, which is known. Like if you try to go to college and you try to submit a paper and you cite Wikipedia, you're gonna fail. I was using it. One of the first places that I started suspecting that it was really really super wrong, Paul, was that I was asking it for some really basic math questions, and if you actually, because I had this debate with my son Hunter, we had a debate as to whether or not ChatGPT can be used for doing math equations, and if you ask ChatGPT, it says it is quite capable of doing math. And so I gave it some very simple questions to answer in math, and it gave some really, really bad answers that were very obviously not correct. So I'm not sure why it has such a hard time with some of the math questions. Really simple stuff that probably even a fourth grader could probably get. And I'm not sure why, but that started getting me into this situation where I was like, wait a minute, if it can't get simple math questions right like this, then what else is it getting wrong? So I started diving into a lot of seeing if I could get it to give me wrong information on other things as well, and I found that there was quite a bit of cut and paste information coming from things like Wiki. So I just don't rely on it whatsoever. And anytime I see anybody using it for research, I instantly discredit it now. Did you ask ChatGPT how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? No, never did ask it that. $8.15 is what we needed today in order to see, and maintaining a close above 8.15 was the number we needed to see additional buying pressure kicking in. 8.14 happening to be the value, and it's highlighted in teal here, the value at which AMC sold as an average the 40 million shares for. Hodor says AMC is getting spicy. It is. Jen says the tape is looking extremely good. We're getting a little bit on the aggressive side here. Do note that my Bollinger Bands are set up on a 3 sigma, not a 2 sigma. These points in here are very definitely going to be touching a 2 sigma range, which means that we should see a correction back down to the simple moving average, which might meet, the simple moving average might rise up to meet the price coming down. So somewhere around an $8 price range in the future here. Uh-oh. I dropped my pen. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to go submit a complaint slash error work report for Ortex real quick here, because multiple times today I've been trying to take a look at the information here, and their charting is just not showing up. So I need to send them a report, an error report. Kind of curious if there's a reason why this is showing up like that, like it is. Man, why is it doing it this? Let's see here. Give me 1 minute here. Is there anybody? Petro, I got a question for you. He might be away.
Go for it, Casey.
I was just curious, do you have a safety tip for us for the day today?
Today, let's see. I know we hit on the cooking stuff. I'm out walking right now, so give me a minute and I'll come back with something.
Perfect right there. You just, what are you doing right this minute? That's there. You got it. Health.
Yes, exercising.
Yes, exercising. Yeah. What's what's good, what's bad. For example, like I forgot to take my blood pressure medication one day this week. My blood pressure rose the next day because I had forgotten to take it to 141/93, which isn't all that great.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty bad considering that it was really good for so long. And so I didn't work out that day because I was supposed to start working out again. I took my 2 days off, and then last night I was supposed to start working out again. And I skipped it because I missed my pill. Like, that's pretty bad, right? Like, I shouldn't be working out 141 over 93, or is that just ignore it and just keep working out? Yeah, not doctors.
You know, I mean,
I'm not asking for like actual, but I mean,
right.
like, if you got known blood pressure issues and you skip your medication, you probably shouldn't be working out or something, right?
Well, it depends on, you know, your cardiovascular health. You know, there's a lot of people that are overweight that are, you know, they can pass a lot of the stuff as far as cardiovascular, walking, doing the runs, exercising, and missing a day. I'm going to tell you, for where I stand, that's kind of normal for me, right around that area.
Oh yeah.
Even actually taking it, some people are just built differently, and you know, genetics have a lot to do with that. Now,
Yeah.
should I definitely be trying to reduce that? Sure, but I feel pretty comfortable, and I'm not saying that high, but if I'm in the late 120s and 130s, depending on if I ate, drank some coffee, how salty is the food, because everything has salt right now.
Oh
It just seems like it. So
yeah.
try to limit your sodium intake.
My chicken fried rice that I made the other day probably didn't help any. The soy sauce that I put in that was probably killing me.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't make chicken fried rice.
You just got to know what your contraindications are on your medicines. So, like, for me, taking some type of ACE inhibitor, potassium's not my friend. So keep that in mind. But if you're out there exercising and you're losing your fluids, like yesterday, I went for 2 4-mile walks, and I happened to go at 1:30. And oh my God, it's a good thing for liquid IV because I was done after that one. But yeah, stick with your regimen if you have one, and it's always good to go on a walk. Your dog needs exercise, kids need exercise, so just try to get everybody involved.
Nice. Exercise is good. And drinking liquids. Keep the liquid intake up.
Yeah, I want to say the humidity right now, it's not even really breezy, but I'd say the humidity right now is probably 60, 70%. So it feels cool outside, but it's definitely, you'll lose your fluids fast.
Preston says soy sauce is a silent killer. AA Ron, have a great trip. Enjoy your time. Yeah, and since you're not going to be watching, we'll see you on the other side of the squeeze. Looks like we got about 10 more minutes here before I take a look at the numbers again. My wife liked the chicken fried rice so much. She ended up, well, she ate, her first night of work this week was Saturday night. I made it on Saturday, and she had some before she went into work, and then she came home the following morning, and we had leftovers, and I had forgotten to put green onions into the fried rice. So after I got done that previous night, I decided to grill up some or saute some green onions and throw it back into the mix. Throw all the fried rice that we had left over into it, and then mix it all up in there, and then put it in a package in a tub. And she said she came home the next morning, Sunday morning, and ate like she's like, I had 2 more plates full when I got home. And then she had another plate today before she went to bed this morning. So I was like, man, she's really just. Apparently I made a pretty good batch this time. Whatever I did, I have no idea. Casey Funky's gonna be a dad? What? I mean, I thought I saw you put something in about kids earlier this morning, but you didn't, like, I didn't understand what you meant by that. And now, I mean, it's clear as day what you're saying. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Is this a first time for you, or what's the deal? Man, that's really exciting, man. Fladlice. There's our $8 price hit right there. We didn't get the simple moving average to meet up quite as fast as the price came down by. So there might be still some more room to move down here. That looks like 796 might be the in-betweener now. Dude, Nate, my wife and I both love working nights, and my health is so much better working nights than any other shift. Some people I think are just built to work nights, and some people aren't. I get sick actually in the last 2 years that I've been live streaming here, or 2.5 years, I guess now. I haven't hardly gotten sick at all, but that's a Monday through Friday gig, right? Normally, I work a compressed shift week on nights, and as well as my wife does, and we both have thrived under that schedule. I don't think everybody can do it. You have to know how to do it, and there are certain things you have to do in order to get there to do it. But if you know what to do, and you're doing everything right, and you're I've avoided, because I mean, essentially what ends up happening is your entire schedule changes. So when you go grocery shopping, you're not dealing with like tons of people. When you're going out to do things, you're just not around tons of people because you're up at some odd hours of the night, which means that you get to avoid all those sick people and crowds. And it's wonderful. I used to get sick maybe once a year. It was always right near Thanksgiving time, but it was always the same time every single year. And usually it's because I would take time off, and that means I have to go spend time around people in shopping centers and stuff like that, Christmas shopping or Thanksgiving or whatever. But it always was the same time every single year. And I just put up with it, and it was the end of the story, and I didn't have to worry about getting sick the rest of the time. So I think it just depends on every person. Everybody's different. Albert says, one of Kenny's spies is texting Kenny, hide more AMC shares in the Mongolian stock exchange. We did print a TD9 there, down to $8, which means we may see price may come down really, really quickly and spike off of the simple moving average, or it might just turn around before it even gets there. But we are holding pretty good right now at about $8, up 4.92% for the day today. VIX is still up 3.6%, which means that the market should be down. Let's check the market and see what it's looking like right now. Yep, down 0.24. It's starting to head back down here. Censored Content, welcome this morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Splinter, typically speaking, you need about 3 months of data before you can make that determination. I have a website that I can give you if you want to go check it out. Let me find it here. Stock beta calculator. You can play around with the stock beta calculator, and have some fun with it to see. But just to pull it up on the page so you can see what I'm talking about here. When you pull up the page, just type in AMC in here, and then you want to start your start month like 3 months prior to where we're at currently, and of course it's way too soon to be putting this information in because obviously we've had some weird stuff happen in the last month. So really what I should do is probably just kind of put it to prior to any changes that we've had. So looking from like June to August of 2023. So I got start year and end year the same year. I've got June to August for start to end month, and then calculate the beta off of that. And then you can see here the beta is a positive beta to the market, 8.9. This is actually only giving 2 months in returns, though. So let's go back a page and put it back one more month, May. There we go, beta 9.6. So it's not negative beta to the market as of those 3 months. If I were to put it to the current time, we're probably going to see something drastically different, but I would not count it. $11.9 is what it's showing for a beta. Another thing that you could do, Billy says, Casey's just looking at your ads. What kind of stuff are you searching? Dude, I'm telling you, I get some of the craziest stuff that pops up in here, and it's only been ever since I've been looking up the stupid, whatever word of the day it is that Yucca's got me looking up now. And you're not wrong. How to start trading options. Let's see what else we got going on here. Refresh. 2024 Mazda CX-5. I've never looked up Mazdas ever. Well, actually, that may not be true. You guys may have had me looking up Mazdas before. Take your automated client reporting. I have no idea. I have no idea why any of this is showing up, what it is. I have no idea. I don't know. Another page that I get some really weird ones on is, what's that other page? This one. MaximumPain.com. Oh my gosh. Are you ready? This, I have no idea. I don't get it. I'm not into buying spandex, but this is the kind of stuff that shows up on a daily basis. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing any searching on here that's not unusual, or it's all very normal stuff. I don't do any. There's no sexy time on the computer. I just have no idea why it advertises what it does. No idea. Look, State Street Global Advisors, SPDR. Why pay more for your core portfolio? I don't know, man. I don't know why they advertise what they advertise, but it shows up. That's what you wear in your break. Hey, don't be jealous. I can fit into that and you can't. Let's see here. Bob, I don't play, like, again, I don't use this computer for anything else other than stocks, and that's it. And I very rarely play video games on this computer. The kids used to. But I really don't do anything on playing on the computer, and I don't have. Well, the kids have an Xbox, but I don't play on it because I can't stand the controller. So no Starfield for me, man. Not until it comes out for the PS5, which probably will be never. I'm a little bitter about it. So Peloton outfits. Oh man. Well, it is time for break. Hazel says, Casey, sometimes I think they connect your spouse's phone interests to yours. I think they do too. Because that could be something my wife's looking up. But I keep getting like, bra advertisements and stuff, even on Twitter. It's like just super annoying. Because I'm not searching that kind of stuff at all. And it's like, why am I getting freaking bra advertisements and I'm a dude? Like, my boobs aren't that big. I don't need a man bra or anything. So what the hell's going on here? So I don't understand it. I just don't get it. I don't know. I try to ignore them and just move on. All right, let's take a look at the numbers.
Sold your way 65 and a half. 21. Andy Rock 21. Rockstar 21. Cattle.
I have no idea what that was. That's crazy. All right, let's take a look at these numbers.
That's high-speed trading.
Oh, okay. All right, gotcha. Okay, makes sense. Let's see. Taking a look at what we got. What's that?
That was the new transition song.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Remember you had your music,
Well, remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. I can't do it. I can't do it like Trey could. But yeah, hold those thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So far for the day today, as far as off exchange goes, I would expect to see about 60% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We got 57.95% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.42. The combined total on that's 71.37% or 11.37% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,843 shares. The longer that CHX volume stays low, the better. CHX volume for GME is sitting at about 18 shares. Nothing unusually large on that one either. Taking a look at Ortex, still no screen here. I did send a help report into Ortex to get that resolved. Borrowed change amounts at 699,000 shares. Short share interest of the free float's at 12.88% as a result, which is up from earlier with the rise in borrowed change amount. Cost borrow mins at 2.32, average is 3, and max is 5.84. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.47 million shares. I know that's more than what we had yesterday, but since I can't see the numbers on the charts here, I have no idea. Can't tell you how much more. Probably about 1 million or so. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day on options has been, at least an hour ago, it was at $8 strike with 2.3 thousand contracts. It is now an $8.50 strike with nope, I take that back. It's still an $8 strike. We went from 2.3 thousand contracts to 8.1. Highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 2.4 thousand contracts, now 4.5. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 7.5 and 8 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on this list earlier, but at the very bottom of the list, and we actually are moving our way up here. We have a 65.44% buy and a 34.56% sell ratio. GME is not on the list, likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price is at $6.86. Shares available to borrow is at 3.6 million shares. That has not changed for a couple hours, and they have been returning some shares into the ETFs. Fees are at 2.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.15. Dow Jones down 0.47. SP 500 down 0.2. We have 3,328 decliners to 2,729 advancers. The market's more declining by fractionally now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. We have FRC is down 20%. Silvergate's down 4.35. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a change. Most of these have not really changed a whole lot today. Ethereum Classic is up 0.7% and trending up. Dollar is up 0.47, trending up. Oil is up 1.58, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.71 to 0.72. And consolidating, SPY is down 0.21 and starting to trend down. VIX is up 4.24 and starting to trend back up again. VBR is up 0.06, consolidating. VB is up 0.05 and it's consolidating. Tesla down 0.71, consolidating. Amazon up 1.12, consolidating. Cinemark up 2.78, trending up. Doge is up 0.24, trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.37, trending up. GME is up 1.86, trending up. HYMC is down 1.59 and consolidating. NCMI is up 0.42 and consolidating. Somebody was asking earlier, I don't remember who it was exactly, and I apologize because I can't remember everybody who's saying everything to me, but somebody was mentioning HYMC and the fact that they needed to... in order to stay from being delisted, they were going to have some kind of action put into place before, I think it was the end of this month or the beginning of next month. And I think there was a press release just recently saying that they're having a hearing on the actions that they're taking to stop from being delisted. So we'll have to, I guess if you're so inclined, you probably want to keep an eye out on that. NCMI is up 0.63 and consolidating. Hood is down 0.21, consolidating. AMC is up 6.91 and trending back up. We're at $8.16. This is a price. We need to stay at $8.16 or higher going into the rest of the day. We're up 7.02 for the day. Inflow versus outflow so far. We have approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.45 million shares traded so far. After 99 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 29.34 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.76, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 66.17, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.14, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.29, signaling overbought. Also printing a TD9 and hitting this Bollinger Band on the way up, which usually means we're going to see price heading back down again to try and meet up with that simple moving average. I'm loving the price movement. With that, I yield my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Pirate, good morning. Tech, good morning. Pirate,
good morning, Casey.
Did you take a weekend off of poker?
I popped in periodically, but there was no one there, and so I found other ways to occupy my time. Did you have a good weekend?
I did, thank you. And I routinely went back there to see if anybody was playing poker, and I didn't see anybody playing poker, so I didn't show up. But I was kind of hoping there was going to be a game or something, but it just didn't happen. Which no big deal. It's all right. So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Deb, but HYMC's been under $1 for quite a while. In fact, when was the last time they were above $1?
KC, censor content. It sent me one of those little private messages, DMs, whatever you call them. Told me that my continual pummeling of you on the poker table was weighing on your performance in the stream. he felt like if I would pull back a little bit on the steel clubbing that I give you on the regular, that it might be beneficial. So,
all right.
If you really must know, there's the
the
true.
We'll start playing for real money, I guess. That's cool. So looking back at HYMC, the last time it was at $1 or more for a close. Actually, it didn't even close at $1 that point. Hold on a second here. I gotta find a day where it closed at $1. Looks like it would have been on 8/10 of 2022. So it's been over a year that it's been below $1.
Yeah, maybe they do like a reverse split. Maybe I don't know.
Oh no, HYMC. Yeah. Pro Jeweler says it's your IP address. What? What's that in reference to? I'm not sure what he's referencing that to. So, steel clubbing, huh? Medra Man, welcome.
Hello, KC. How are you?
Doing good. Your mic's a little bit low, but if you can't turn it up, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. How about if I scream a little bit louder?
I mean, if that's what you want to do.
Long
time listen.
Back from Jamaica and glad to be home.
First time or long time listener, first time caller. Have you been back here before? I don't remember seeing you back here before.
Yeah, he popped his cherry about, I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. I just forgot.
I don't know. I think he may have been touched inappropriately or something because he's been a little shy since his birth.
Well, that was before we had the deep cleaning of the back of the big tramp, so the carpet could have been a little crusty or something, I'm sure. I would understand that. That would make sense.
Yeah, I was in Jamaica all week and glad to be home.
Jamaica? For a week?
Yes, I was.
Was Jamaican you crazy?
It was Jamaican me crazy. It's actually the first time out of the country for me. But anyway, I got back yesterday, and the first thing I see on Fox News is a dengue fever outbreak in Jamaica.
It's only because they knew you went.
I immediately started feeling hot, and I called my girlfriend. told her I was dying.
Oh no.
Anyway.
Well,
all all is good. I'm glad to be back, man. I'm so happy to be sitting at my desk right now, and I'm just tickled pink. Anyway, I wanted to pop in and say hello to you guys.
Well, hello. And did you pick up anything besides sickness while you were there in Jamaica? Did you pick up like a souvenir, any souvenirs?
I actually picked up something I thought was really cool. This guy, Jamaican man, he made a cup out of bamboo, a big thick piece of bamboo. It's probably like 8 inches in diameter, 8 or 9 inches in diameter, and don't you guys go there.
You know, I was thinking it. I was thinking it. How did he know? How did he know it was 8 inches?
But anyway, he made a really nice cup out of that piece of bamboo. They cut it off at the joint, and then because it has a bottom, and and they cut, probably, I don't know, 15 inches above that till you get to the next knuckle, I guess. And made a really nice cup. So I've got that, and a few other things, but just trinkets.
That's really cool, man. So, that's awesome.
Now KFC, I will tell you guys this. I saw KFC, and I went in and got a bucket of chicken for the gang, and I will tell you that's the best KFC I've ever had in my life. It's nothing like over here. So I thought that was unusual. So anyway,
I'm gonna have to.
I didn't get robbed.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna have to make sure not take my wife to KFC when we go to Jamaica. Then I'll make a mental note of that because KFC happens to be one of her favorite places to go get chicken at. And so if I take her in Jamaica, she's just gonna want to. She'll never see KFC the same way again. So I appreciate you for warning me.
Oh, you're welcome. But I have to say now, it was good.
Oh, I know. And if I take her, she'll never. It'll ruin her for life. She'll just always be thinking about the Jamaica KFC.
No, absolutely. But yeah, I would suggest that we went because if you go in the off season, it's extremely cheap. I think we went for $1,200 a person.
Wow,
including the flight.
Not bad.
And so no, it was cheap, and it was an all-inclusive hotel, and the Ibero Star. So anyway, it was a lot of fun. It was good. First time out of the country for me, which is crazy.
Do you mind me asking? Are you from the South? You kind of sound like you have a South.
I am, Casey. I'm from Mississippi.
Well, you didn't have to tell me. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I know. But it's funny because listen to Pirate Born. He grew up, or he's very familiar with the Cincinnati area. And actually, my dad, when I was a kid, we moved from Mississippi to Cincinnati, and I actually grew up there. But I will tell you, the first 5 years was pretty tough. The accent was a struggle. I got picked on a lot. So, but anyway, and we moved back here to Mississippi probably my freshman year of college. So I think first grade through my freshman year of college, I was in Cincinnati. So great town, love it.
Well, I'm glad you had a great trip, and I'll tell you what, I'm always surprised at how rare it is for people to actually get out of the United States, and so you're not, there's actually quite a few people who have not been out of the United States before, and so I say that's congratulations to you. You should take more trips out of the United States and see what the rest of the world is like, because you never really truly fully get a great feel for what the world is like around you, except for what's being told to you, and unless you go view it for yourself. So
and that is a true statement. The first 5 years, the first job I ever had, KC, was with Delta Airlines. I spent 5 years with them and never flew out of the country. And but I flew a lot, continental U.S.
Isn't that kind of typical? They start you on like Don't they normally start you out on like really crap routes?
Well, you know,
How'd you
once
get so
you're
lucky?
Delta, man, you can. I don't know. I don't know.
Huh.
So anyway, I'm back home and I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be sitting at my desk. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, I'm glad you're back and safe, and welcome back, man.
Thank you, brother. Glad to hear all you guys again.
Medro, this is Pirate. Hey, I would be remiss in my responsibilities as a pirate if I didn't point out to you that there is a wonderful Jimmy Buffett song called "The Jamaican Mistaken." You might want to give that a look. He owned his own. As well as being an avid sailor, he was a pilot. He owned his own float plane, and apparently he was mistaken for a drug smuggler and took some hot rounds, and he turned it into a song, as Jimmy Buffett was known to do. But if you get a chance, check it out. It's called "The Jamaican Mistaken." You'll enjoy it.
Absolutely, I know that song well, Pirate. And Pirate, you're really good at trivia. But I'm going to tell you, do you know where Jimmy Buffett went to college?
No, I'm afraid you got me on that one.
Okay. He went to the University of Southern Mississippi.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Yep. And him and Fingers Taylor, they used to play. This was back in the early 80s, mid 80s, whatever. They would just walk into, there's a couple of bars down in Hattiesburg here where I live. They would actually walk into the bar and just, everybody knew them, and they'd bring their guitar and harmonica, and they would sit down and start playing. Man, you talk about a treat. But yeah, he's from he went to school here. Him and Fingers both.
That's cool. Well, thank you for sharing that. I didn't know that. Thank you very much for sharing.
You're welcome.
How do you get a nickname for like Fingers? How do you get a nickname like Fingers? Was he like really quick on the guitar, or what? What's the deal?
Fingers Taylor is the harmonica player. He's the one that played.
He played harmonica, and he's called Fingers.
Yeah, but he played quite a few instruments. But yeah, I think the harmonica is the one that we're so used to hearing from him. So yeah.
Well, nobody wants to be called Lips.
It's like being a drummer getting called Pipes.
Exactly.
Fingers
anyway,
Taylor. Huh.
Fingers Taylor.
Okay.
Yep. So anyway. All right. Well, I won't hog up. I just wanted to say hello to you guys.
Well, hello.
And I'll work on this mic.
No, don't. It's. I mean,
I'm still trying to figure this out.
I can hear you pretty good.
Good enough for government work.
Government work. That's right. That's right. All right, guys. Well, I'll let you have it. I'm kind of shy, if you couldn't tell.
No, it's all good, man. And I like hearing new people's voices all the time. It's good.
Absolutely. All right, guys.
Take care, man.
Be cool. See y'all later soon. Bye.
Later. I feel like we had Rugged stepped in. Robert B. Good morning to both of you guys. Hayden's in here. Oh, Hayden was probably jumping here. He heard Delta, and he's like another guy who doesn't fly off the back patio.
Well, I was going to comment on. I thought they put the junior people on the crappy trips. I didn't know there was such a thing as a crappy trip.
Wait. No. I've always heard that they always put the new guys on the really crappy legs. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true or not. But
oh no.
What? How is that not true?
Oh no. Well, because that would mean you have to fly to those kind of cities. I mean, we don't fly to where, like,
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I see where this is going.
I mean, I guess they do go out of Austin. So
no, but like the really bad legs are usually like the transatlantic trips, right? I mean, aren't those like really kind of like awful because you have a whole lot of.
I don't do that. I don't do the east-west stuff.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't even know about that stuff.
You're like, I'm not a trans
they
guy.
Get their choice. I'm not a tranny.
Yeah, you're not a trans guy. I gotcha. Okay.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
What's the worst leg that you've ever had to fly before?
Kennedy, Seattle, 150 knots in the face, 7.5 hours at night.
Yeah.
Me and another guy. Rotten trip. Horrible. But yeah, I didn't catch that. Was he in management?
No, I didn't catch. I didn't ask. Well, he was flying. He said he flew in the U.S.
He said
he flew in the U.S. He said he didn't fly. He said he didn't fly. He didn't fly.
I think he said for the first 5 years.
Yeah, for the first. Yeah, yeah.
Well, when you're junior, you tend to do. The senior people are looking for like me. I bid fitted sheets. I hate flat sheets. I don't care where I stay as long as the sheets are fitted. But there are definitely cities I'd rather not see, and I don't want to say.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. I gotta stop you. I don't. What's the difference between fitted and flat? I don't get it. What's the deal?
the kind that have the like the corner, with the elastic, so the sheet's tighter.
Yeah.
The bottom sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the flat sheet where you just tuck it in. I like the kind where it's like the elastic, where it's like fitted to the.
But that makes a difference on where city you fly into. Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't like bed bugs.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, well, that's a given, and I've had those in New York.
Stains.
It's just those little things: quiet hotel, fitted sheets, place to go eat.
I guess I've never went to inspect to see what kind of sheets that I had on my bed before.
Are you saying he gives a sheet?
I don't give a sheet. I don't give a sheet, I guess, when I'm going into my. I guess I really just never even looked at this before, and so now I feel like I'm gonna have to look. Like, that's like a legit thing. So is it? It's more. You're telling me that it's more prestigious to have fitted sheets than it is to have flat sheets. Is what you're telling me?
Oh yeah, because they're harder to wash. You can't just throw them into the big washer.
Okay, so now I need to check every time I go. Every time I go, I'm gonna look to go see if I've got fitted or not fitted sheets. Okay.
Yeah, because then if they're too short, you could feel the mattress. I've got long legs, so you can feel the mattress. If they don't put them on, they're too short.
Huh.
You feel a mattress on the bottom of your feet.
Oh yeah, that would be kind of. I mean, I can understand. I'm not that tall, but I've been there. I know what you mean.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started on hospital corners.
Well, see, that's why you have fitted sheets. You have to worry about the bottom one. But
what are you doing in those beds and stuff? I'd like to know.
Papa Mac says checking for bed bugs is a must no matter what hotel. How in the world? I don't even know how to check for bed bugs in a hotel.
Your ankles aren't bit.
I don't think I've ever had that problem before.
Oh,
I've never been in a hotel.
I don't think you can call the stewardess ladies bed bugs.
Flight attendants. Yeah, in fact, I saw on Fox News the other night where they showed a lot of the people in New York on the streets, right in front of our old hotel.
You know what it must be? He has more hotel experiences, and if you have one bad experience, it traumatizes him. So now he's like,
I've stayed in numerous hotels many times over my 2 decades. You just get, when you see a certain hotel, you're like, oh, I remember this one.
Do you normally have to beat them? Do you have to normally, because you walk in these hotels, sometimes, and they see the uniform. Do you have to fend them off with a stick sometimes?
Oh, please, of course. It's the image. The big pay, the fancy planes, the impeccable uniform. Oh my God.
That's what I'm
thinking. Kidding me?
And the 2,000 count, red count on those sheets too.
I have more people ask me to take their bags to their car. I'm like, oh, I'll be right on that, sir, as I walk by.
Oh my! They think you're a bellhop, not a pilot.
No, in New York, they only think you're a doorman, which is hilarious. I go with it. I'm like, oh, I'll be right on that, sir.
That is kind of funny though that you say that.
Which is worse, an hour bumpy flight or like 7 or 8 hour or whatever overseas, 14 hour?
Yeah, it's like I've always said. I don't do the east-west or over the poles. I'll go south, but not east-west.
You're not a poles kind of guy?
I couldn't even tell you.
Where the hell is Yucca at?
Yeah, I'm not.
How's Yucca not in the area?
I'm so disappointed in you, Hayden. All you have to do is grab that Samsonite and chuck it in the guy's trunk, and you can snag an extra fiber on the way to your car, man. I mean, damn. I mean, the ROI on that's pretty heavy. You got no just a quick toss of a bag and maybe a suitcase, and he's going to throw at least a fiber at you. Come on, man.
Give him that look of, I've tried my best, sir. I've tried.
We'll buy you a fractional share for that.
I thought you would be a guy that would love poles.
Oh, there he is. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Ladies and
Welcome.
gentlemen, I give you Yucca.
Yucca.
There we
Good to have
go.
you. Good to have you today.
Thought you'd like that North Pole. And the worst part is, on the longer planes now, because they just make them longer. Long poles, Yucca.
Hey, Yucca, you should ask him how do you have poles when you have a flat Earth?
Yeah. How much is Kenny paying you?
But the longer planes, they shake more in the back. So in the front, you don't feel the turbulence as much. So what I feel is a little bit in the back. It's it's a whole bunch. Yeah, when you feel it moving in the back on that pole. Oh
man.
Yeah, I find the shorter flights are worse.
Yeah, I just the whole turbulence thing. I mean, nobody wants to feel that.
And the seats are smaller on a small plane too, so everything's worse.
Yeah, on the commuters for sure. It's hard to say. Are the seats smaller or the people bigger? It's always the ongoing debate, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
It's like my luggage hasn't changed in 26 years, and sometimes I'll go down and it bangs against the side, bang in the poles. And you sit there and go, did they move the seats in to give more arm space? It's tough call.
Yeah, I get it. For me, man, the leg room, I'm 6'1", so the leg room is important. So, I love the emergency seats,
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a couple planes, too, instead of having a bulkhead, between coach and, for us, comfort, there's just a soft curtain. So sometimes those are even better because you can go under, your foot goes underneath the soft curtain, and it's almost like being in comfort already.
I love sticking it in the soft curtain. It's fantastic.
In fact, I'm taking the real Hayden to go see the Raiders this weekend. Nice game yesterday, and to go see the Chargers in LA, and there was two seats next to a bulkhead, and I'm like, I'd rather have two seats behind there than the bulkhead because I'm 6 foot, and there's nothing worse than having your knee hit that bulkhead. So uncomfortable.
I just can't get used to calling them Los Angeles Chargers. It just drives me nuts.
You don't like a hard bulkhead. You like a nice soft curtain, don't you?
We've really hit the topic. Hard pole bulkhead. Taking it for Kenny. I'm still hot and bothered. I gotta go take a shower. Literally, I gotta get ready to do some stuff. Talk to y'all later.
All right, have fun getting wet.
I gotta leave it at that.
Yep. See you later. Numbers? No. Oh, it's not numbers time yet. Yucca, somebody was saying you say your name 3 times and it's like you show up, you're like Beetlejuice.
Really?
Apparently. Yeah. That's what I'm being told. I haven't tried it yet, but it did seem to work this morning, but I didn't even have to say it 3 times. It was like I said, I think the polls part might have been said 3 times and you showed up.
Yeah, there's trigger words in there, and poll is chief among them.
But I think your name was only said once. You just couldn't miss a good polling, could you? How was your weekend, sir?
It was good. I went to see John Legend.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, with my wife.
She
She bought tickets.
I was gonna say.
I'm not a guy.
I was gonna say I didn't really think that you went to go see John Legend for you.
Yeah, I did.
I would have guessed that. I didn't even hesitate to think that there was probably another reason. I kind of thought maybe it might have been maybe your daughter, but I didn't know for sure. Wife seems more realistic.
Well,
Did you know that his name was actually taken? His name, John Legend, when it came time to try to trademark, they found another guy called Johnny Legend.
I did not know
Johnny Legend is a porn director. So they had to reach out to him, and they paid him some money, and they did their thing not to sue each other in the future. That's interesting. I wonder if there's another Shaw out there.
Another Shaw?
Yeah.
There's lots of Shaws. There's.
Do you think there's a Shaw that produces porn?
I don't know about that, but I do know that I was watching a movie just recently with my wife, and we saw that there was a Casey Shaw in there, and he was in charge of driving some of the stunts for driving. And I was like, hell yeah! I don't know if you know this or not, but I have some racing blood in my history. Have I told you guys this before?
I don't know for the jibber jabber.
I don't know if somebody was asking about the 20 MA for the daily today. The 20 MA is at $9.27. I don't really track MA all that often, but in case you were wondering, that's where it's at. I got to look up his name again because I always want to call him Kirby, but it's not Kirby. It's like Wilbur or something like that. Let me look him up real quick here.
Go ahead and look up Aiden Shaw.
Hayden Shaw?
Aiden Shaw. Aiden Shaw. AIDEN Shaw.
Let's see here. I think it might have been Wilbur Shaw. Yep. He won the Indianapolis. He was the first person, I think, to ever win the Indianapolis 500 back-to-back years, if I'm not mistaken. Or if he wasn't the first, then he might have been one of a few who had ever won back-to-back years in a row of winning the Indianapolis 500. Apparently, he's somehow related to me or another. I don't recall exactly how, but somewhere. 1939 and 1940. He won it 3 times, 1937, 39, and 40. Second person to win the Indianapolis 500 3 times and the first to win it twice in a row.
Yeah. Do you see Turbo there?
And this dude looks like Rhett Butler. And this is I think this might be the first time I've ever seen him before. This can't be him. That's not him. Oh, it is. It is him.
Winning the Indy 500 one time gives you bragging rights, but winning 2 years back to back, that's definitely noteworthy.
Here he is, right here. Dude totally looks like Rhett Butler. Nothing like me whatsoever. But yeah. Apparently, some kind of
the original track there was made out of bricks. And,
no shit, really?
I think the track burned or they had a fire or something. But and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think they kept 1 yard of bricks and it serves as the finish line today. So they have the modern track, but they still have a tiny little section of the original bricks, and that's what serves as the finish line there.
And it's the original? That's cool.
I believe it is. Yes, I believe it is.
Somebody was asking who the name of the guy was that was talking from Mississippi. Medro.
You know, that's one of the more famous lines from the movie Platoon. The character named Bunny is they're playing cards in a tent. Lieutenant walks in and they offer him a beer, and he says no thank you, but they're talking about one thing or another, but the line was, there ain't nothing better than a piece of, and I won't say the word, except for maybe the Indy 500. That's often quoted by fans of the movie. Let's just call it tail. Let's just call it tail. There's nothing better than a piece of tail, except maybe the Indy 500. It's a little piece of movie trivia.
I love driving, but I've never been. I would love to race, but I've never been so inclined to do so. Though never felt the desire that I needed to. But I do love driving. It's really. I feel like I'm one of those few people that could probably just go on a road trip for like 1,000 miles or more and just be like, yeah, let's just do it. Let's just go out on the road and just go somewhere. On a whim.
Casey, you should add that to your bucket list. Take your family and go see a super speedway race from NASCAR. Unlike what you see on TV, the whole going in circles thing. If you go see one live race, it will change your perspective forever, and it's a really entertaining thing. I think you would enjoy it, and your family would enjoy it.
Especially if you're like standing right next to the fencing when they, have an accident. I've seen people's lives change forever. Yeah.
Yeah. You get out of your seat, you walk down, take your phone, and stand right up against the chain link fence as they come by. They're 180 miles an hour, 4 inches apart, and it'll make a fan out of you.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to be paid like at least $50,000 to race. That's how scary it is.
I would love to race. I've always loved going really, really fast, but I've never had like such a strong desire that I felt like I needed to go out and race. It usually happens in like bike racing or something like that. I don't know, whatever.
It's unfortunate. Too many people, they form their opinions of NASCAR racing by what they see on TV. But if they were just go one time to see a live race, it's completely different. As an example, at Talladega, the turns are banked so high that you can sit on a piece of cardboard and sled ride down the bank.
Wow.
Those are the little subtleties that are missed on TV. People don't realize. You don't realize the scale of it, the immensity, everything about it. But yeah, and it's good family fun. I would highly encourage anyone who hasn't seen one live and in person, go see a NASCAR race.
Dre Mullen says, KKC, have you heard of the Driveway Austin? There was two different. So the F1 track here opens up for people to be able to drive on it, but then there's another racetrack here locally, I believe, that just randos can go to and drive on. And it might be the Driveway Austin that you're referring to, Dre, but I've never been to either. I don't even have a desire, honestly. Like back when I had my Challenger, my brother-in-law was telling me that you can, for a price you can pay to, certify your vehicle and also get a helmet to ride the track. And I, quite frankly, I just never had, there is zero desire for me to do that. I just don't, I don't know. I don't have any desire to. I don't know why.
What about a drag strip, Casey? Have you ever been to like a quarter-mile drag strip?
I would rather
drag race.
I would rather strap on a pair of skis and tuck into 100-mile-an-hour. And of course, you don't go that fast, but tuck into like a really huge fast speed down a hill. I'd rather do that. That seems more exciting to me. And you said drag racing? No desire.
Yeah. Watch something go from a complete standstill to those extreme speeds, cover a quarter-mile distance in under 8 seconds. It's an amazing display of power, control of power.
Yeah.
The competitive nature of two guys trying to get there first. It can be
no.
infectious if you go see it one time.
I think Mr. Hayden, he might have, a lot of excitement built up when he walks into the hotel rooms and see those tight sheets. He gets his pole up there in about 8 seconds or something.
Do you know the beating in your chest that occurs when you're hearing, like you're getting like the reverberations of the sound from the engines rumbling, and it's like you can feel it in your chest, and it feels like your chest is gonna explode. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, I get that when I go to like a car, any one of those car things where they've got, especially drag racing, it pains me to be there in that kind of a situation because I feel like my chest is just, I feel like my heart's going to leap out of my chest. And I don't like that. I don't like that feeling at all. It makes me anxious and not want to be there. So I would probably always avoid one of those. I used to get this a lot when I was younger. My parents used to take me to since I was in the military, and they used to go to a lot of ceremonies for the military. They would take me to I don't know what it's called, but like the Navy or the Air Force would have like big band ceremonies, and just the sound from the big band stuff used to make me like just like fearful for my life, like I thought I was gonna die. It's just too much for me.
Anxiety inducing.
It's very, I get super anxiety induced from that kind of, like, it just, I feel like my insides are just like rattling to pieces. I avoid it.
But racing on a pedal bicycle in a field of 50 guys.
It's quiet as shit. It's quiet.
Oh,
no,
so it's the sound.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the sound. It's literally the sound is too much. I have very, very sensitive ears. Like I don't, like I can hear multiple tones that most people can't hear. And so
I can see that.
when I'm in a situation where I'm in with really loud car sounds and stuff, like it totally disorientates me and I don't like it. I hate this situation altogether. It's probably all has to do with like the ADHD crap that I have to deal with, and so it's like it's one of those things where it's like a major trigger point for me, which I'm really kind of surprised by because Per Jeweler says that he's done that he's raced his vet, and I know he's got ADD as well, so I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't had similar experiences where he feels like out of place in those kind of settings.
You can go to a drag strip often on Friday nights, and they have what's called Test and Tune Night or Run What You Brung. And you can watch two soccer moms race minivans, and it's really funny. And yeah, anything you want, you can bring in anything you want out there and race.
Ooh,
I got a helmet.
I do love a destruction derby. Those are fun. I've been to a destruction derby before.
Demolition?
Yeah, demolition. Sorry.
Derby,
yeah, demolition derby. My uncle was a race car driver.
Figure 8 race. Yeah.
Actually, no, I take that. Well, kind of, sort of. He repaired cars more than he did race them. But he was a track guy, and it was in it's in our blood, right? So I was at tracks often when I was younger, and I just didn't enjoy it. It was horrible. And but those destruction or demolition derbies were the coolest thing ever. I love those. Those are great.
Yeah. They've taken that to a new step here lately. They've got, well, not lately, but they've evolved into, they have one where you tow a camper behind you. It's a figure 8 race, and you got to drag a camper.
Oh yeah.
So these guys go and buy an old, or a boat. You got to tow a boat behind you, and they're really funny. Kids love them too.
Those are cool. I love those. Yeah, those are great. But most of those aren't carrying like big, powerful engines, right? And so they don't. Like they're not like thumping in your chest, and when they get in the accident, it's not that big of a deal. There's no like it doesn't. It's fun to watch.
I grew up watching we were talking about Cincinnati earlier. They had the open class hydroplane races on the Ohio River, like the Miss Budweiser and all that. Those were, a lot of them were boats that were built around engines from World War II fighter aircraft, big Rolls-Royce Merlin engines and all that. And that was like an oval track on the river, and then like skipping a rock across the pond, I guess. But since I moved to Florida, I've become a bigger fan of the offshore powerboat racing. The guys that have a throttleman and a helmsman. One guy steers the boat, and the other one controls the throttle because exit the water and re-enter on regular intervals. So
Yeah, I've
that's
seen
become
that. That
one
is
of my newer
crazy.
passions.
Very, very crazy. Very intense.
What are you talking about? And the intensity of the guys entering on different intervals? What are you talking about?
You're not talking to me.
No, I think he's doing a yucca-ism about the exiting and re-entering, exiting, re-entering.
I don't know anything about
I might be wrong, but yeah.
You could be onto something there, Pi.
I was sitting here waiting for you to answer, Pyre, because I was like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey, do you have AirPods?
Yes.
Do you have what generation?
I don't know. Second. I know it's
Second is the one with the rubber stuff on it, like the little rubber tip.
Yeah.
Okay.
They suck
Yeah, because
butt,
I went out and
by the
bought-
way. They're horrible.
Yeah, I went out. I have the first generation, and I've been using that for some time, and now the battery doesn't withhold as much, charge. So I went out over the weekend and bought the third generation, but they're just too big.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. I don't know if I have second or third generation. Is third the current generation?
Third, I don't know what's what.
I have whatever if it's third now, then I have the second generation. If it's fourth now, then I have the third. But anyways,
There is no fourth.
Okay, yeah. So then I have the second, and I absolutely hate them. I despise these things with a passion. I have the pros, but I had the non-pro ones before. I don't know what those are called, and I love those. Those were great. These ones that have the little rubber piece on them, the pros, they're horrible. I would never buy these again, ever. And I personally believe that the noise canceling stuff that a lot of these headphones use, I think are damaging on your ears. I don't have proof for it, but I believe that to be the case.
I do feel like radiation. As soon as I put them on, I feel like my face.
I feel
like there's a crown.
Go ahead. A crown?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like there's something around. Like, I don't know why I feel like something changes in my face, like, or my ear is like around the sides.
Switch to wired.
I can't because these effing phones don't have a plug anymore.
Yeah.
The 1/4 inch, or what is it? Not 1/4 inch, is the
lightning.
What is lightning? Like, no, the little 1/4 inch. It's not 1/4 inch. It's I don't know what that. The mini plug.
USB-C?
Yeah, there you go. But I think I could use the USB, right?
I don't.
Where the charge goes,
What
I think
phone
I
do you
can get.
have? Yeah.
I have an iPhone.
What if it does it have a lightning port?
I don't. Oh, what is that?
You know what a lightning cable is?
No.
So like when you have to charge your phone.
Okay, yeah, it has the charger, the little plug at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean
that's a
you
lightning port.
Yeah, so you could just buy
a dongle.
Apple makes that.
They make a dongle.
Yeah, or you could use a double dongle, but you could also just use the Apple lightning port headphones that normally come with the phone. They're $20 roughly.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
But they are a wire. I'm going to plug one in right now.
Yeah. So the one thing
Thank you.
about that whole noise canceling stuff is that it's it's playing sounds that are supposed to be
so you don't hear
canceling of sounds that are on the outside of the headset, right? And so
Yeah.
you have to imagine that if there's a large sound that occurs on the outside and your ear, it's literally plugged into your ear, and you've got, in the depths of your ear, and then you've got it set to, you know, cancel out a noise that may be a loud noise that's outside, then it's got to be doing something. And I feel to believe that it's not damaging our eardrums over time by having that noise canceling set up. So I try to use them as little as possible on noise canceling, just because I think it's really bad for you.
Yeah, makes sense, because we don't see the actual waves coming into our phones, like the actual signal. So it makes sense for them to, they know what frequency cancels out noise from the outside of your ear, so they're always pumping that into your ear so you don't hear the outside.
Yeah,
and your ear picks up on it.
I just think it's bad. I don't know. I try to stay away from it.
It is bad. This is a topic that I could go off on a tangent on, but I won't here. But you guys want some point after hours in the big tree. Yeah.
Is this is this right up your line of work or something?
No, it's not. It's more of like has to do with like what Yuck is kind of alluding to here with regard to, you know, the sort of the wireless spectrum. You know, there's reasons that, you know, phones are not 1 watt anymore. And
yeah.
You know,
yep. Yeah, I had a electrical. It was a really crazy story, but we had 3 different teachers for our electrical theory 101 class that I took in college. And the first 2 were guys that had industry experience. The third guy was the janitor of the school. So it was really weird to have a class with the janitor of the school, and the guy was way out there. It was probably the worst poorly taught class I've ever been in my entire life, and I only learned stuff because I taught myself. But he had interesting stories, and one of the stories was in regards to the HF put out by at the time. This is a long time ago. But at that time, it was only just cellular phones he was in reference to. You know, flip phones that everybody had. This was like back in like it's probably right around 2000, 2002-ish, around there, somewhere around that time frame. And but the dude was crazy intelligent though, because and he was like, don't ever use cell phones near your head for very long because it's really bad for you. But the other thing that he was showing us was he had made a mag light using LEDs that he had fashioned and built himself before LED. And this is like 2000, 2002 time frame. He made this all soldered it together and made the whole thing himself. And this mag light, compared to he had another mag light that he hadn't altered, and he showed the difference between the LED lights that he had done up himself versus the regular mag light brand. And we're talking like the kind the police used to use when they would beat people with them. It's the really big ones. And he showed us the difference on what they look like, and we were like blown away. Like, we're like, holy crap, this guy's actually smart. And and he's like, LEDs are the thing of the future. And we're all sitting there going like, whatever. And then he shows us with the flashlight, and we're like, oh shit, that's crazy. It's really bright. And then next thing you know, 10, 15 years later down the road, everybody's got LEDs in there and everything going forward. So the dude knew what he was talking about. And but yeah, that was something he definitely said was the HF so close to your head is not a good thing. And he was warning everybody to stay away from it if possible. Cancer causing and all kinds of crazy shit.
Well, yeah, Europe has certain tests, but you know, so a lot of this stuff gets kind of squashed, and you know, certain interests want to make sure of that.
Well, it is 11 o'clock. Shall we take a look at the numbers?
Your trademark is stupidity.
Take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see if Ortex ever got their crap together. I sent him a message earlier. We'll see if the help ticket worked. Come on. Nope, didn't work. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 58.45% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.56. The combined total 71.01%. That's about 9.01% higher than it should be. By this time of the day, CHX volume is 3,340 shares. Not a whole lot going through there. GME CHX volume is 26 shares, so not a whole lot going through there either. Taking a look at Ortex, again, I can't show you guys any data, but we have 139,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. That's down from 323,000 an hour ago. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 12.82%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.32, average is 3.25, and max 5.84. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.47 million shares. Again, I don't know what it was previously because I can't see any charts right now. But what I will do is I'm going to mark down what it was today so that tomorrow, in case the charts still aren't working, I'll be able to tell you guys what the difference is. I got to write down both that and the short share. I should probably wait on the short share interest until later. That should continue to change. All right. Looking at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was an $8 strike with 8.1 thousand contracts. It is currently 9.9 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago was 4.5 thousand contracts, now 5.8. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $7.50 and $8 by the end of the day today. Give me just a second. All right. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC moving up the list here, but as we move up the list here, we're starting to see a little bit more of a less of a buy to sell ratio that's good. So right now we're at 60.71% buys to 39.29% sell ratio. I'd like to see higher than 60-70 on a regular basis. So it was looking a lot stronger earlier this morning, but it's starting to kind of, and this does tend to happen when price moves upwards. There's always a little bit of paper handling that goes on initially, and then it starts to kind of clean out a little bit. Shares available to borrow sitting at 3.5 million shares. Let's see, that should be 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees currently at 2.7%. That's going to cause the total amount of shares to drive up. Borrowed today is drive up 1.9 million. NASDAQ is up 0.2. Dow Jones is down 0.05. S&P 500 is up 0.18. We have 3,153 advancers to 2,904 decliners. The market is more advancing. Give me a second, guys. I got to take a call real quick here. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Sorry about that, guys. 3,157 advancers is actually quite a bit more advancers right now than there was an hour ago. So the market's definitely taking a swing in the other direction. Let's see here. We have big bank movers for the day today. We've got, let's see. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is down 11.11. Silvergate down 4.35. That's the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 1.39 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.37 and starting to kind of trend down a little bit. Oil is up 1.82 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.69 to 0.71 on slight trends upwards. SPY is up 0.21 and trending up now. VIX is up 0.35 and trending down. Excuse me. VBR is up 0.52, trending up. VB is up 0.47, trending up. Tesla is up 0.21, trending up. Amazon is up 1.66, trending up. Cinemark is up 4.31, trending up. Doge is up 0.62, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.06, trending up. GME is up 2.04, trending up. HYMC is down 4.36 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.63, trending down. Hood is down 0.09 and trending. Looks like it's kind of consolidating, starting to consolidate a little bit here. And AMC is up 9.12% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 11.05 million shares traded so far after 159 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 27.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 57.43, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.12, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 76.78, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.98, which is pretty much signaling overbought as well. Actually, the second time signaling overbought for the day today. Taking a look at we're getting really close to a potential breakout. This is really interesting to see where we're at right now in contrast to where we were this morning. And the reason I say that is because we're really close to a multi-week wedge and breaking out the top side, which is not what I would expect to see. Of course, I did mention to you guys this morning that with rising price and falling volume, that's bearish. But if we're going to get rising price and rising volume, that's bullish. And we're getting that rising volume starting to occur here for the breakout to the top side. So I like seeing the rising volume on top of the price movement upwards. What we wouldn't want to see is low volume as we moved up. So we are getting really close to breaking past this. A price of about $8.35 by closing would cause us to break outside this upper level of resistance by the end of the day. I really thought there was a chance that we may see a break to the bottom side temporarily and that we wouldn't see any upwards movement until going into later on in the week. Perhaps like Wednesday or so. So it's kind of surprising to see, but I'm okay with it. Uh-oh. Did Pirate go on a... Oh. I don't care. Let them advertise. I don't care.
I don't. Are you telling me not to?
Yeah.
I think it's in poor form and it's rude. It's very rude to go to someone's party and say my friend's having a party next door, everybody come with me? I mean, who does that? And
I
you
don't
tell
know.
me not to, and I'll follow your orders. But if I'm left to my own devices, I'm going to say it's rude and inappropriate.
I know, but I'm not here to tell people you have to be here, kind of a thing. It's not. If people want to hear what Boss has to say,
telling them they have to come here.
No, I know. I
You're
get.
the boss, man. You're the boss.
I get what you're saying. I just don't.
I mean, they're literally coming here where you work for free 8 hours a day and trying to drive traffic somewhere else to people who get paid for it. And I just think it's uncouth. I think it's in poor form. And I think it's rude. But you're the boss. You're the captain. I serve at the pleasure of the president. You say let it fly, I let it fly.
I don't get anything one way or the other out of this, so it's not like I'm trying to like push for like viewers or something like that. So,
am I allowed to act as I see fit?
You are, but I mean, I just
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As you were then. I just need to know the rules. I just want to know the rules.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to say,
You've made your position clear, and I'll act as I see fit. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Yeah, it's all good, man. I get it. I totally understand. All right, enough said. So how was your weekend again, by the way?
My weekend's good.
I wanted to play poker. I wanted to play poker so bad this weekend. I was like, man, and I almost went online.
I had other pressing issues. It's not interesting to talk about that I was pulled to pressing matters elsewhere. And believe me, I love my poker, and I have no fondness for anything that pulls me away from the poker table. So you can expect my presence to return post haste.
Dario says, aren't you monetized until Yucca comes on? That's right. The whole reason the live stream shuts down on occasion from time to time is because I gotta split the difference between monetization and non-monetized for Yucca. That would be funny if that was the case. I know part of the reason that I'm sorry, I'm still going on with this thought topic because I can't get it out of my head. But part of the reason why I don't have a problem with it is because I'm here for like freaking 9 hours, and it's like sometimes I just don't have anything special to say, and maybe that person does, and maybe they are only going to be on for like just a short period of time, and so maybe he's got something great to say that he has an announcement that I don't know about. So
I do.
You do? What do you do? What do you
do?
You do. Danny, good morning. But I certainly I don't want anybody to ever feel like hostage or anything like that. You know what I mean?
We don't feel like that. Casey.
Yeah.
So I have one of my customers that has been, coming to the business for some time before I bought the business. He's from India.
Uh-huh.
And he came into my office area where I have my equipment for DJing and stuff like that. He saw it. He's like, "Oh, you DJ?" I said, "Yeah, I used to DJ back in the days, and I entertain myself. That's like a way of releasing stress and getting away from work, thinking all just escaping." So then a few months later, which was last week, he says, "Hey, I got a proposition for you. So I'm coming down to your place." I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I'll come down." So he's having a fundraiser. And he's like, "Hey, I need a DJ. Do you want to DJ for me? How much?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll let you know." He's like, "Okay, it's gonna be only for 1 hour." I'm like, "Oh, 1 hour? That's it?"
That's like
what's hard
5
to
songs or 6 songs or something, right?
He's like, it's because he's from India, so he says, "I'm gonna give you the playlist. All we need is pretty much your equipment and just play the songs in the order that we give them to you."
So he doesn't even really want you to DJ. He just wants you to just set up sound equipment and play what he's got.
Yeah,
That's not,
set up sound, but he wants me to be there and play the song. But then he said also, he said there's a couple of songs, but he said to also play what I would like to play, like 80s or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I said, well, I don't know how to price it because it's just for 1 hour. It's just going to be my time loading everything into the van and then going over there. And let me think about the price. And then, you know, from there, I just say, you know what? It's a fundraiser. So as long as you feed me when I get there and there's going to be open bar for drinks. I can have as many drinks as I want. I'm okay. I'll donate my services. He says, yeah, no problem. So from that, he told his friend that he had a DJ, and his friend reached out to me and said, hey, I need a DJ. I need it for 5 hours, though.
Oh, wow.
And I said, oh, okay. Yeah, so now it's like, what the hell? Like, so I said, you know what? It's $600. $600. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. At the end, we negotiated to $500. But it's fine, whatever. And he's like, it's going to be in my house. And then my neighbors are very, they're right next to me, so it can't be too loud. It's going to be inside the house. Pretty much all we're looking for is background music. Just play whatever you want, background music.
Yeah.
I said, okay. So that's pretty neat.
Well, I was thinking you should charge $200 on the first guy, but when you said what you said, I was like, no, I like the way your approach, since it's a donation and a fundraiser type thing. Your donation is that your time and the food and the drinks and stuff. So I like where you're going with that one. But I think personally that you should be charging $100 per hour at least, and then probably another hour on top because you need to include, the load up and set up, load up time, tear down, all that kind of stuff. So you need to put in an extra hour. And so you should have gotten $600, I think, for that other one. That I think you negotiated down, but you know what? You're getting back into it, so maybe discounts at first. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems pretty chill. He says, yeah, I don't need no lights. I said, yeah, you're gonna need an MC. He's like, I don't need none of that. It's just my anniversary. I'm just having dinner, and we're gonna be in the backyard. We're gonna put you in the house because I don't want my neighbors calling the cops too early and then having us shut down.
Wait, what's the time on this party?
I said, okay.
What are the times?
Huh?
What are the times?
It's from 6:30 to like 10:30.
That's, you mean 11:30?
11:30, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
6:30, 11:30. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
You're
So right. That's not bad. I mean, it's a little late, but are you ready for surprises? Like, what if they ask you to do like karaoke and stuff? Like, are you able to set that up for them on a fly? If they want to do karaoke, because people get alcohol in them, and next thing you know, they want to do karaoke and stuff.
Karaoke, like they want to use the mic, but there's no screen. I'm not taking a TV.
Okay, so
they can
you
sing
don't
along.
You don't have a setup for your karaoke then?
No, there's no karaoke. I asked them, what do you need? Do you need MC? Do you need? He says, we don't need any lights. We don't need an MC. But I'm taking a mic just in case.
All right.
You always take a mic, but that was it. I mean, it's pretty simple. He said I just need music and then that's it. That's about it. And
Papa Mac says, tell them the DJ service is free, but the resort fee is $600. That's how the hotel business is gouging us.
I like that.
I don't get it.
And I was thinking of taking printing out a QR code and saying, tips are welcome.
just the tips.
Just the tip.
Yeah, just the tips.
But I think that kind of chip. There are DJs that put that on in front of them in case you want to reserve, in case you want to ask for a song.
Oh yeah. And then somebody tips, and then they get their song played for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they tip, and then they're like, oh, okay, because you know how it was annoying when I used to DJ back then, like at house parties.
Everybody wants a song played.
Coming.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And,
I can only imagine.
And then they, oh my God, and they look at you and they look, And if like 15, 20 minutes goes by and you're not playing, they just stare at you.
You're the evil DJ if you're not playing their request.
Yeah. and so I learned early that I just say I don't have that song.
How dare
you?
You just claim
I don't-
that you don't have the song if you don't want to play it.
Yeah, I don't have the song.
Dude, 'cause-
and then they go away. That's it.
Let me ask you this question because I feel like I kind of do this a little bit already since I get so many requests for songs in the mornings. You see what I do? I just skip over them, and I wonder sometimes how many people go like, how come? I know there's been a couple people who complain. They've been like, you never play any of the songs I put up, and it's like, well, I'm not really feeling it. It's not, it doesn't really fit the mood, or because there's always gonna be like I gotta throw somebody under the bus here. I'm not gonna say any names, but there was songs that I skipped over today. Like the Nahu Nahi Naya song that I skipped over.
Oh.
Yeah,
that was Fool's request.
Did you see that in there?
I did. A Fool requested that. I don't know what he's I think that means he needs help. That's a signal. We got to find his location.
Yeah, and then there was also the Three Little Pigs one that was in there too.
Oh my god.
And I was like, probably not. And then I got down to the next one. It was Stars and Stripes live by Julie Lavery. That's actually not bad. I started to listen to that one a little bit, and that wasn't that bad. But I just wasn't quite feeling it. It just wasn't feeling the mood. So it happens. Like I get it, right? Like inevitably people are going to make requests for songs that just don't really feel right for the moment, and.
I mean, I kind of get the Three Little Pigs because are we talking about the SEC, DTCC, and then who's the other one? Robin Hood? Are those the Three Little Pigs?
Wait, huh?
I don't know. Trying to correlate this.
Oh.
Why would they put the Three Little Pigs?
I think I may have mentioned.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's a good song. I liked it. Not put it here in my chinny chin chin. You don't remember that song? It was a good song. It's a good song. I like it.
But yep. You gotta know your audience, and then where are you? Like, where you could be at you can't be playing like heavy metal at this Middle Eastern event. Like it's an anniversary, and they're like 40. They're like in their 50s, 60s. Imagine.
Right, there's just some songs that just don't fit the event, right? I got you. Yeah. Z-Wade says I didn't play his birthday song. Z-Wade, are you sure about that? What was your? Oh, yeah. I feel like I did play your song and you didn't. I actually told you that you didn't show up for your song for your birthday, and then and that I did play it for you, and I was like, how come you didn't show up, you bastard? And I was like, well, I don't blame you. Most people don't show up for their birthdays, so.
Z-Wade, you don't remember? You were wasted, man. I'm gonna wake you up. Well, I'm glad we're getting a little like it's running. The price is going up slowly.
Yeah.
On AMC, and then the strike is over, right? Like are they still working? Are they need to sign paperwork? What do they got to do?
Well,
it's done.
I mean, Adam Aaron was basically stating that that they're haggling still a little bit. I mean, so he said pending an affirmative union member vote, so they have to vote on it first, and then if they do, then the directors and writers contracts will be good, but then they still have the Screen Actors Guild to iron out as well. So
I think I think this week, and then once that comes out, I think we're gonna get a nice pump.
Papa Mac says they vote tomorrow.
Nice. Yep. So either institutions are getting in right now.
Hopefully. I mean, so that was my kind of a little bit of my suggestion is that, I mean, we should see significant buying pressure kind of showing up a little bit from either Friday or today which would probably lead to some additional buying pressure on Wednesday as well. Because today is the final day for any institution to hold the position to be able to have a vote or a say in what's going to occur in this next for the proxy in the next shareholder meeting. And so if they want to have a say in what's going to happen, this is I'm so surprised that we have not seen any institutions filing any 10D reports, which means that there's nobody that holds over 5% ownership institutionally, especially with 40 million shares being sold into the marketplace by AMC, and that we still don't have a 10D filing for any of these institutions is insane. The dark blue line, wait, let me answer 2 questions here. Shimmer says, Casey, what does the dark purple line on the graph represent? And I'm assuming you mean this dark blue one up here, the $8.43 one. If that's the one you're talking about, that is a synthetic price failure reset. So let me zoom out here just a tad bit and maybe do a 1 hour. So when we hit $9.31, we had a synthetic price failure when we dropped down to $7.33. And then we had which was a 20 that right there is a 21.3% drop in price. And then price got back up to about $8.69. Well, in order for us to reset the synthetic price failure, we had to hit 840, I think it was whatever that number is that's on the page right now, 843. So we reset a synthetic price failure when we hit $8.43 on that way back up from $7.33. But we also came back down in price a little bit, but not enough to hit another synthetic price failure, which would have been at $7. So, which means that we're either going to see newer highs higher than $8.69, which is what we had most previously to $7.33, or we're going to see another synthetic price failure, which means we drop underneath $7. So that's essentially what this line is. Still the old line from a synthetic price failure reset. The 814 is obviously the amount that AMC sold shares for into the marketplace as an average price. And then somebody else asked another question. Let's see here. I don't see it. You're welcome, Shimmer. 10Ds says, that's 10Ds. Yeah, that's your report. There has been no 10Ds plus reports issued. Actually, there was one. We did actually have a 10Ds report issued. I think it was on, shoot, I can't remember the day. Was it the 11th? Let me open up this document real quick here. I think it was Vanguard on the 11th, potentially, that we saw. I can't get the filing to open right now. It's just giving me a blank page. But I think that might have been the day where we had Vanguard that came in with their ownership. No, that's not a 13D, though. Hold on a second here. Pretty sure there was a 13D. Statement of, that should be it. Oh, here we go. Nope, this is Antera. This one's Antera's filing. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see I think the September 11th must have been the filing by Vanguard, but I can't get it to open for whatever reason. I'll probably have to go to AMC's website to pull it up, but I'm pretty sure that was the day that that they filed their amendment to holding less than 5% of institutional ownership in AMC. Yep. Alrighty, guys. I think it's time for me to go to break. Another one. Another break.
Have a good break.
Thank you. Let me put the message up on the screen here. Ooh, Wilbur. Will be. I'll be back at 12:10. And I will see you guys in a bit. I don't think I've ever noticed this before. But the Bollinger Band line on the top side is actually being hid by the $8.43 price point that I had from the synthetic price value reset from the last time we were there. I don't think I've ever seen one of the Bollinger Bands hidden like that before. Obviously, volatility is like extremely low right now. I mean, you can see the Bollinger Bands are pinching super, super tight. Not a whole lot of stuff happening in the marketplace right now, and well, let's give it a look and see. I got a response back from Ortex already in regards to my email. Let's see if they've fixed the problem already or not. Give me just a second while I review this. Nope, still not fixed. They have a new beta version of this. They have a new beta version coming out for Ortex, so I'm wondering if they're basically, this is like them forcing me to move over to the new format here, but we'll find out from them. Darren says stock market will soon see nuclear winter. Let's take a look at the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. You guys, you know that phone call? I had a little, well, maybe I'll discuss it when we get into the out of the numbers. I'm going to take you back to the other screen here just real quick. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, make sure your broker, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up. By breaking at $8.49 we're at right here, right now at this moment, I just wanted to point out we are breaking past this multi-day wedge that I've got showing here, 3, 4, 5. We're actually 11 days into this pattern, and it is breaking to the top side on this as we speak, wanting to break past this to the top side on volume, larger quantities of volume right now, which is good. I like seeing that. So moving really nicely. Breaking out of this, might break out of this right inside my box, which would be really cool. Happens on occasion. But taking you back over the other screen here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns. Until then, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange roughly around, what are we at, 12 o'clock? 63% in total going through off exchange and EDGX. As of right now, we've got 58.94% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.38, combined total 61.32%. That looks like the numbers from an hour ago. Let me refresh it real quick here. That's right. So we're doing about, what am I trying to say here? 12.38 percent. No, that's not right. Hold on a second here. Math sucks today. Every day. It's always a struggle for me. What did I say? 63%? Yeah. 8.32% higher than we should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,452. GME CHX volume for the day is 26 shares. Not a whole lot of volume going through either of those. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 139,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It's now 351,000 shares. It's going to cause the estimated short-share interest of the free float to rise to 12.86%. Cost borrow ends at 2.32, average 3.63, and max 5.84. Shares on loans for the day-to-day is at 27.47 million shares. That is higher than what it was last Friday, but I don't know what the difference is yet. They're not showing me charts. Highest amount of call volume at an $8 strike this morning. Actually, all day today so far. And that's the current highest amount of volume still. We went from 9.9 thousand contracts an hour ago to 13,000 contracts. $7.50 strike is the highest amount of volume for puts. We went from 5.8 thousand contracts an hour ago to 11.6 thousand contracts currently. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 7.5 and 8 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list all day and been moving up the list, but as we move up it, we also move down in buy versus sell volume. So now we're kind of breaking into that point where we got 55.81% buys to 44.19% sell ratio. This is not where I'd like it to be. I'd like to see 60-40 or higher. And GME is not on the list, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $6.68. And shares available to borrow showing at 3.3 million shares. They have borrowed an additional 200,000 shares as of earlier, putting us in a grand total of 2.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. That is definitely elevated from what we've been seeing lately. Fees are at 2.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.34, Dow Jones is up 0.03, and the S&P 500 is up 0.29. We have 3,401 advancers to 2,684 decliners. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got plus or minus 2.75% of a change or better. Or more, I should say. FRC is up, down rather, 0.10. Silvergate down 4.35. Surprisingly, still some red banks in here. I'm really kind of, nothing else is making the list though. Ethereum Classic is up 1.12%, and DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.33, but trending down. Ethereum Classic is trending up, by the way. Oil is up 2.92%, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.73 to 0.77 and trending down. SPY is up 0.24 and starting to trend back down again here. VIX is up 0.76 and trending down, slightly down. Actually, you know what? It's consolidating. VBR is up 0.67 and trending up. VB is up 0.6, trending up. Tesla up 0.25 and starting to trend down. Amazon is up 1.74 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 3.97 and a slight trend down. Doge is up 0.59 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.26 and trending up. GME is up 2.15 and consolidating. HYMC is down 0.38 and starting to trend up. NCMI is up 0.63 and starting to trend up. Hood is up 0.26 and starting to consolidate. And AMC is up 10.76 at $8.44. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. We have about $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 14.57 million shares traded so far for the day today after 231 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 24.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. So we do seem to be on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 59.34, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 72.87, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 76.42, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, by the way, the 1 hour interval was actually overbought as well. Sorry. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.98, which is above average. Let's see what kind of news we got here that tells us why we're doing what we're doing. U.S. stock market changes. AMC Theaters, AMC.US rose more than 5%, and the U.S. Theater app downloads hit a record high. Data.ai released a research report stating that the summer's two blockbuster movies in the United States, Barbie and Oppenheimer, collectively known as Barbie, I think they meant Barbenheimer, were huge successes at the box office, earnings US $1.5 billion. As another sign of the increasing application-oriented nature of the daily life, the popularity of big screen movies has led to the application of the top 3 theater chains in the United States, AMC, Cinemark, and Regal, attracting more than 1 million new downloads in just 2 weeks. During the release of Barbenheimer, the 3 theaters' combined largest single-day downloads set a record of 81,000, which was 5% higher than its second largest single downloads, which occurred in Avengers 4 Endgame during its release week. Not sure exactly. Okay. Anyways, heading back to the back of the big tramp. Gentlemen, they're off. Quick question for you guys. Yeah, Darren says, is the VIX still up? It is. Actually, it's breaking even right now. Quick question for you guys that are in here in the back of the big tramp. Have you ever heard of the Who's Who?
You mean like the Forbes 500 or that sort of thing?
I'm not sure, but something along those lines, yes. I've never heard of it. Is it a bunch of BS, or what's that all about?
I don't follow it. I don't follow it as much as I used to, but it used to be like bragging rights for people to be included on the list. You know, the upper level, the muckety mucks, high ups.
I'm getting interviewed for it.
Well, hoity-toity.
I know, but this is
Dang.
No. Here's the problem, though. I thought this was for something else. I thought it was because it was for my past history in the semiconductor field, not for what I've been doing for the last 2 years here, live streaming. And they're wanting to know about what it is that I've been doing for the last 2 years. Live stream. They don't care about my past history in the semiconductor field. And I'm like, that's why that was the phone call that I took earlier. And I was like, okay, well, I'm doing a live stream right now, so I don't have time for this. Can you call me back later? I really feel like it's just one of those things where it's like they just want to have you pay some money to get put into some stupid list somewhere where somebody talks about who's who kind of crap. Who cares?
Well, that's how the Better Business. That's how the Better Business Bureau operates. Just anybody can get a Better Business Bureau plaque if you just pay to join their club. So it's very possible you could be right on that.
Yeah, I'm really feeling like it's just kind of like one of those just pay to play kind of like, oh, here you can go put yourself in our who's who thing in America. It's who's who in America or something like that.
Well, there's a firm called Bradstreet and Dunn, and they have historically they have tracked like CEOs, who owns corporations, things of that nature, and they're pretty reputable. At least they were. But beyond Bradstreet and Dunn, and maybe some of the magazines, what have you, I don't have any in-depth knowledge on it.
Paul's saying, what is the company doing the interview? Let me, I didn't have a chance to get the information from her directly, but let me look at it. So it was originally sent to me via my LinkedIn account, and that's how I was originally contacted. So
I've always heard this in relation to a subject, like the who's who of blank. So is this the who's who of YouTube?
Of America.
Boom.
So I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Ask him where Matt Kors is in it.
Look, because I told him, I said, I don't have time to talk right now. I'm in the middle of a live stream. But I said, if you want to call me back, you can call me after 3 or something like that. So I think they're probably going to call me back later on in the day-to-day. I can probably get some more information. But the minute I hear anything about like, $29.99, and then you get your name on the list or some bullshit like that, I'm out. I don't want to have anything to do with it.
If they ask you for some money, just go, do you remember Melvin Capital?
I don't even, you know what? To be honest, now that you guys are saying what you're saying, I really don't even want to be a part of it at all, even if there's no money involved. It just seems like a waste of time.
It's like on the airplane when I'm in the back, they always have the magazine top 50 doctors in this area, top 50 doctors, in the state that you're going to or whatever.
Right.
And I was questioning how much money those guys are paying for that.
Yeah.
Best steakhouses in New York.
Yes.
Top 20.
BioLife Hemp says, Casey got the National Honor Society call, yes, for $200. I want my 22-year-old son who's just now graduating from high school in the book. Exactly. That's what I'm afraid of, BioLife Hemp. I'm just sitting there going like, this is probably going to be like, this is going to be the dumbest thing ever. And then, I just don't want to be a part of, I don't want to be a part of it. I think it's just stupid. I don't care. I really don't care. I was just curious if you guys have ever heard of it before, because I know I haven't, and I was just curious if it sounded like a scam to you or not. That's really what I wanted to know. To me, it literally just seems like a scam. That's what it sounds like.
I've never done anything well enough that somebody'd want to know.
Me either. So I can't imagine anything changing, which is why I really think it's just a scam. Dre Mullen says, hey, Casey, I asked you earlier, but did you see Dumb Money? I have not seen it. So believe it or not, though, my wife, she knows I want to go see a movie. And I don't think she knows which one I want to see, which is that one. I want to go see Dumb Money. And she's like, if I talk to the kids, do you want to go see a movie on Wednesday or Thursday night? And that's not normally a night we would ever go see a movie. So she's basically asking me on a date. And I was like, heck yeah, I do. But the thing is like, here's the thing. I would never make her sit through a movie that she probably doesn't have any interest in seeing. So there's no way I'm going to go take her on a date night to go see Dumb Money. So we're going to have to go see, and when I say have to, I'm not saying that like I don't want to see the movie. I do want to see these other movies as well, but I'm not going to take her to see Dumb Money. That's not something she's going to want to sit through, and I'm not going to make her sit through it either. So we're probably going to either see, if I had to guess, The Haunting in Venice, which I'm not sure that's really the one she's going to want to see. I think she probably would rather see It Lives Inside. So we'll probably be seeing one of those. More than likely. Take her to Paw Patrol. Probably not going to happen. See the creator?
That looked pretty cool.
Ooh, gross. AMC customer support says, "How about a trade? You take her to dumb money, and in exchange, she can take you to musical." I'm so happy I married a woman who doesn't care if I go to musicals or not. So I don't even think musicals are her thing, anyways. So I'm lucky. That's not a fair trade-off. Oh yes, she does want to see Saw. I know she'll want to see that one, but it's not going to be out like third. I don't think it'll be. Hold on a second here. Let me look and see. Let's see. Thursday. I think she did say Thursday. So Thursday's the 28th. Saw X comes out the 29th. I'll take her to go see Dix, the musical.
Where's Yucca?
I have no idea, but is that really what it's literally called? That's a really good question. I don't know. Might have.
I was sitting there thinking, with as much money as is going to be generated for her, there's some independent film people that thought, what if we made our own film and just went right to AA with it? Instead of worrying about AI, these guys are basically being taken out as middlemen.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I think there's a lot of
evolution.
I think there's a lot of independent films that are. So here's the deal. Like Adam Aaron's legitimately going to have to, if he's going to go down that road, he's going to have to decide which road he wants to go down exactly, because they have limited amount of theater space, right? So if he's got movies that are coming in that he's got to compete with, like independent films, who's he gonna push towards? So he's gonna have to have probably like a team of people who are probably reviewing movies in advance to decide what's going to sell the most seats in his theaters, right? So, it's gonna be tough. I mean, can you imagine it being tough to try to decide who you're gonna lend your movie theater time to? But that's what it's gonna come down to.
I would think like the Sundance Film Festival, top 2 or 3 films might get a go.
Yeah, they might. I personally would love to see that happen. I think more little guys need more exposure.
I mean, it's almost the same as, I've been to Nashville a lot. Going down that street, and you see those bands in the bars. They don't pay them; they have to pass the bucket to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think of the independent guys that way. And those guys in Nashville, they're just a hair away from going on a major tour with a band. I would think the same thing with independent. That director, those guys get a look now from the studios to become a major, to become one of those people.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe Taylor Swift's parents were looking far ahead, may have opened a gate to people to get the big break.
Yep.
Which for the writers, no offense to them, I know what they were thinking about with the AI, but I can watch a YouTube video of Joe Rogan and I can hear the cadence that it's not him. It's not the same person. And just like we were making fun of kind of Chuck Wood, probably throw the AI into a tailspin. But
wait, are you saying
it is kind of a
wait? What are you saying about Joe Rogan? What happened? What's going on? Are you saying that
if you look on YouTube, there's like 2 of them I think I saw, the Joe Rogan AI interview, and it's him. It's the AI Joe Rogan interviewing something.
Okay.
I couldn't even tell you what the subject was.
Okay,
but
I'll have to check it out.
It's not the same cadence. It's the voice sounds similar, but I can just tell from the cadence it's not him.
Mm-hmm. Right. Probably like how you probably could tell. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true. Never mind. I think they used AI to create some of the more recent old Star Wars characters, but redo them in some of the newer movies. And I think that I want to say Princess Leia had at least one part that was like AI'd in. So, and it felt odd to me. I think if I remember correctly, I think it was Princess Leia. It might have been a different one. I can't remember off the top of my head, but a lot of people are that's what a lot of this whole strike was about, was renegotiating the fact whether or not people's images could be used for future pieces down the road.
Yeah, I don't care how they. I can't remember the guy's name. His books are always like a white cover with a small picture on it. But his first book, Twitch or something like that, where he was telling the stories of first looks. Like you look at something, you just go, nope, not right. And I can't think of his name. He's probably written 5 or 6 books that are really interesting. But it was one of the things in the book was there's a bunch of Italian statues made out of marble. They're all accounted for. And they thought they'd found a new one that had not been found ever. And this guy who was an evaluator looked at it and said, nope, not it. And they said, no, we've done all the tests on the marble. It, no kidding, came. He said, nope, it's not it. He just looked at it, knew it wasn't right. It's the same thing with AI. You just know it's not, and Pirate will know this one. NQR, not quite right.
It's like seeing those aliens coming out of Mexico.
Yeah, it's just not quite right. Yeah, Bigfoot. It's just not quite right. Made in South Korea, NQR.
Andrew says you're just thinking of Leia in the gold outfit. No. There was I'm pretty sure she had passed away, and they I think they CGI'd her and her voice in for a certain portion of one of the last movies that she was in. Let me see if I can pull it and see if. I think it might have been Rogue One. Yeah, it says here how Rogue One recreated Princess Leia screen rant. A key scene, how the CGI double was created. The other thing too, if when did you guys see the most recent Indiana Jones movie? No? Okay. It says here, Darth Vader has a brief but memorable role, but it's how Rogue One brought back both Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher, and Grand Moff Tarkin, Peter Cushing, that really got fans talking. In fact, the inclusion of Tarkin at all proved controversial since the great Peter Cushing passed away in 1994, and some questioned ethics of using the late performer's likeness for a new movie. Yeah, kind of interesting. What happened to you guys? You're all on mute.
A dog was doing a rare howling fit.
Oh,
Had to mute it to keep that from having a hot mic moment.
That's kind of cool when they howl, though.
I was looking at the price of AMC.
$8.30, up 8.98%. It's got to feel a little bit good, right?
Oh, yeah. Up 9%. beats the hell out of down 3 or 5 or whatever.
You can definitely tell on YouTube. I mean, we all know about Thomas. He just basically looks for stuff to put on, but it was amazing the video that George Gammon did the other day, how many people were bringing him up. The one about the BIS stuff.
Oh, yeah. This was over the
I
weekend?
don't know how you guys. Yeah. Was it second wave of the bank crisis? That might have been it. No, here it is. BIS plan for a global CBDC was just released, but I didn't even know what the BIS was. But I enjoy his videos because sometimes he brings something up, kind of looks at the big picture stuff. Didn't know that there was something that was bigger than Evergrande with that China garden.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds even worse.
So my only question though is this gonna include XRP or not for part of the digital currency that they're coming up with here? That's one thing that I'm really kind of curious about. 93% of central banks working on digital currencies. I love where they've issued them. The central banks are working on digital currencies. The BIS notes that 4 central banks have already issued a live retail CBDC. Check out the places: the Bahamas, the East Caribbean, Jamaica, and Nigeria. I'm sitting here going like, what the hell? Is this where we launder? Are these all being created there because money's laundered through those places the most, or what? What's the deal? What's going on? Least amount of oversight? What's happening here? Like, that's got to raise some red flags. Yeah, I know. Wait, I can't remember. He was in wasn't he in the Grand Cayman Islands? I swear he was. Hold on a second here.
Yeah, that's it.
Was it?
Yeah. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I was wrong. He's got 2 channels. The other one's the...
he was in the Bahamas.
Rebel Capitalist.
In December,
Bahamas, yeah.
Yeah, Bankman-Fried was arrested in the Bahamas for lying to investors. He was in the Bahamas.
Yeah, Rebel Capitalist, where he says BIS warns of 1 quadrillion derivative time bomb. I've seen that video, that video replayed or taken from I don't know how many YouTube sites.
One day we'll catch him licking his eyeballs because he's a lizard. Who's this? Who's going to be licking his eyeballs? Sam Bankman-Fried? That's gross. What I was gonna say about Harrison Ford in the last Indiana Jones is that you could tell like I think it was the beginning portion of the movie. No, in the beginning portion he was old. It was maybe I don't remember. There was a certain portion of the movie where it looked like they tried to take him back in time or something like that, and you could tell they had like CGI'd his face a little bit to look younger, but you could still hear like the old Harrison Ford voice. I think it was in the very beginning of the movie. You could still hear the old Harrison voice dubbed over the CGI'd face, and it was so weird hearing like I don't know how old he is now. He's probably 78, something like that. It was weird hearing a 78-year-old voice over the top of maybe a 40-year-old looking Harrison Ford. Let me see, how old is he now? Him and I share the same birthday.
KC, I understand studios need to squeeze every ounce of profit out of these franchises. But you think that more of them would take a clue from the James Bond series book, where they've had various James Bond men, and they've done it with success. Everyone has their favorite and the ones that they think is in their own estimation the best. But I'm just surprised that more of them haven't taken that tack where they pick new actors.
I personally felt that that's what they were trying to do with Shia LaBeouf. I really believe that they were trying to turn Shia LaBeouf into the next Indiana Jones. The problem is that he flopped massively as a takeover personality for the position, and I don't think he.
Well, it goes without saying that the casting on it has to be perfect.
Yeah.
But it just seems like it's you think if the effort is to stretch out the series as long as they can, you think that would be a much more sustainable business model than to try to keep shoving Harrison Ford out there in a wheelchair or his walker.
By the way, Harrison Ford is 81 years young. Oh yeah, Billy put it in here. Yep. 81 years young. Harrison Ford. Holy moly. I had no idea that he was in his 80s already. I thought he was still in his 70s. Let's see here. Yeah. Man, 81. I can't believe he's 81 years old. Who do you think would play a good Harrison Ford or Indiana Jones stand-in for like another movie? Who would be a good replacement character? I got one in mind, but he might be he might be too heavily used right now. And he actually would be a Star Wars carryover.
I like the guy who played Deadpool, Ryan or the Deadpool actor.
Shoot, I just lost his name. I totally had it.
Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
You need someone who has a certain flair about him.
Ron Jeremy, Chris Pine. I thought about Chris Pine. That name popped up into my head for a second. I was like,
yeah, Chris Pine. Chris Pine could work. Yeah.
He could do it. I actually would have liked to have seen Chris Pine in as Nathan Drake. I think it was Nathan Drake. Hold on a second here. Let me make sure I'm saying the right words.
I would argue that you wouldn't want someone who's too physical, because the character was a professor. He wasn't known for his, he wasn't an Arnold Schwarzenegger type.
So they put the Spider-Man kid in as Nathan Drake, and I thought he didn't look anything. Him and also Marky Mark, because I can't call him anything else other than Mark. I can't call him Mark Wahlberg. I always just see him as Marky Mark. And Marky Mark didn't play a great part for that either. Like, I thought both those two guys didn't look anything like the characters from the game. But I think I meant Chris Pratt. That's who I meant, not Chris Pine. Chris Pratt is who I meant to be as Nathan Drake. That's who I meant. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to say his name wrong, but Pasquale? Is it? What's his first name? I'm not even sure. Pedro Pascal? I'm probably saying the name all wrong. I feel like he would make a good Indiana Jones. Chris Pratt's. He reminds me more of like I said, the Nathan Drake type. goofy, funny kind of. But I think I think Pedro Pascal can probably do a little bit better job of being more serious. A guy from 127 hours. Hold on a second, I gotta look it up. James Franco? No. I would pass on him. Yeah, The Last of Us. See? You know what? And you know he would play a perfect part just by looking at how he did in The Last of Us. Yeah, Pedro.
What about the guy? What about the actor who played from The Office? And popular guy made the transition into movies, played in the recent film where they weren't allowed to talk, make any noise, or the monsters would come and eat them. Oh goodness, help me out, people. Played Jim on the
Oh, yes. And actually, hello, Joel says, what's that guy's name that did Jack Ryan him? Yeah, you guys are talking about the same person. I know who you're talking about. And he also did.
Yeah, see, now he's that guy. He's not overly
Jim.
physical. You know, he's not.
Jim.
Jim. I call him Jim from The Office, the American Office. I know there was an English version of the American.
That is what's his John Krasinski.
Krasinski, yeah, John Krasinski. Yeah, I think he would go to the top of the list if I was casting that.
As Indiana Jones?
Yeah.
You know,
you need someone who has a scholastic. They have to have a scholastic air about them. It can't just be purely athletic. It can't be pure athleticism. It needs to be someone who's Indiana Jones was a thinking man's superhero.
I'm trying to imagine him with a, I don't know, I want to call it a fedora, but that's not really what it is that he wears. But whatever the time, I'm trying to imagine him with a Indiana Jones hat on, and he could probably do it. I think he could do it. I'd be okay with a test run on seeing what he looks like doing the part. Dawson from Dawson's Creek. I don't even know what that is.
Oh man.
Have you seen the movie with Pedro and Nicolas Cage? Looks funny. I have not. Will Smith. Why not? We could put Will Smith in there. It would, I don't know. Might feel a little bit like the Wild Wild West or something like that, which was a great movie, by the way. I really enjoyed that movie quite a bit.
Yeah, that was a great movie. Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie. Anybody who listens to the Goo Goo Dolls should know Dawson's Creek.
Yeah, Harrison Ford did a masterful job. I mean, it was an action movie, but he had to play those scenes with a certain awkwardness, a certain, they didn't build him to be the stereotype of an action superhero. He was kind of bumbled his way through it, and I think that added to the charm.
I have to interrupt you here for a second and just say that I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings. Real rugged. I can tell you're emotionally scarred and damaged by some of the things that I've said in the more recent past, and you'll get over it one of these days. But I understand. I understand your hurt currently. I understand the lashing out. And I would hand you a doll to ask you where you've been touched, but I can tell it's all over, so it really doesn't matter.
I missed something.
He was all upset some of the stuff I was saying the other, like that. I don't remember exactly, but he's still a little hurt. I can tell. Oh, it was my comments about Sylvester Stallone. That's what it was. He was really upset about that. So now he's going after the Goo Goo Dolls. Let's see here. It's 12:58. We got about 2 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. Currently, AMC at $8.28, up 8.66% for the day today. That is over 8.15 that I needed to see for the hourly time interval. So we're definitely looking good right now on a 1 hour time interval, but we need to get a break above 8.46 and really kind of maintain that before the end of the day is over here. You can see that we tested it. We tested this line up here on a chance to try and break out of this, and sometimes it doesn't always break on the first attempt. It may actually not even break through until tomorrow, but if we can get past this descending level of resistance, we should be able to see a break into newer highs above that current trend. Oh, okay. Maybe I am mixing you up with somebody else. Never mind. Get Milton from the movie Office Space to play Indiana Jones. Which one was Milton? Was he the main actor? Hold on a second. Oh, that's why Parrot was saying the red stapler guy. Yeah. He could probably play one of the professors, maybe, that works with Indiana Jones. That's hilarious. All right, time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are talking about. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.1. The combined total 70.44%, or about 6.44% higher than it should be by this time of the day. 3,657 shares going through CHX, not a whole lot. GME CHX volume 26 shares, not a whole lot there either. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 351,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 1.08 million shares. It's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 12.58%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.32, average 3.67, and max is 5.84. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.47 million shares. That's higher than what it was on Friday, but I don't know because I still don't have the charts yet to be able to tell you where that stands in contrast. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $8 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 13,000 contracts. That is now 13.2 thousand contracts. And the highest amount of puts has been at a $7.50 strike. There was 11.6 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 12.4 in volume for the day today. That's is the market's still suggesting a closing price between $7.50 and $8 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, we've been on this list all day long, but we've been suffering a little bit on the buy to sell ratio. Currently, we have a 54.83% buy to 45.17% sell ratio. I like to see 60-40 or better, so it's a little bit low. That is definitely to be expected, however, on a big day run. SSR trigger price, $6.86. That is not triggered. We have 3.3 million shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow an additional 100,000 in the last. No, I counted those already. Never mind. Fees currently at 2.7%. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 2.1 million shares borrowed. NASDAQ is up 0.3, Dow Jones is up 0.02, and S&P 500 is up 0.27. We have 3,284 advancers to 2,801 decliners. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers. FRC is down 5.56. Silvergate's down 4.35. And everything else is probably less than 2.75% or more of a change. It is. Ethereum Classic is up 1.14 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.35 and consolidating. Oil is up 3.16, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.79 to 0.81 and trending down. SPY is up 0.28 and consolidating. VIX is up 0.87 and consolidating. VBR is up 0.65 and consolidating. VB is up 0.57, consolidating. Tesla is up 0.53 and consolidating. Amazon is up 1.93 and starting. Looks like it's breaking the trend and starting to trend upwards after some consolidation. Cinemark is up 4.08, consolidating. Doge is up 0.51, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.38, trending up. GME is up 2.07 and trending down, and it looks like it's breaking the trend. It's getting about ready to break the trend here, the downtrend. HYMC is down 0.99 and trending up. NCMI is down 0.6 and consolidating. HUD is up 0.15 and trending down, and AMC is up 8.46 and starting to trend down a little bit. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately about a $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.12 million shares traded so far after 275 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 22.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. It looks like we may hit right smack dab in the middle almost. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence within the last 4 hours, RSI at 56.37, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 66.84. Excuse me, with RSI at 66.84, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, than RSI of 68.34, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, than RSI of 47.54, which is slightly below average. Looks like we have another article here. They're suggesting that we're up 11% on the writer's strike deal. I doubt that's the case. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Thank you, thank you.
Casey, you know, Nobzilla pointed out the Milton character from the movie The Office and his red stapler that became so famous. The trivia lovers may be interested to know that there was no swing line. The stapler manufacturer never had a red stapler. The prop department spray painted a black stapler for that movie, but it became so popular that they had to introduce a line. So it's a nice example of how movies can influence popular culture and business.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, even even TV shows can do that too. I mean, like Star Trek, for example, with their communication devices with the flip phone kind of looking thing that they had.
Mhm.
Yeah, that wasn't really a thing when, and then became a thing later.
Product placement is nothing new. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge. People know that companies pay to have their products put into show a Coca-Cola can or a Pepsi can. But I just thought this stapler was noteworthy because it wasn't so much product placement, but just how something could become, iconic or synonymous with the humor of the show, and then the demand for it for a product that didn't even exist caused the creation of it. And it's kind of cool.
Yep.
The effect that the movies have on real life.
I agree. Attendees Plus Plus has a swing line stapler, apparently. Josh Hartnett would be perfect. Hold on a second. Let me look him up. The name doesn't ring a bell to me, but that's just because I'm really terrible with names. So as soon as I see the face, I'll be like, oh, yeah, that guy. Nope. I mean, I kind of recognize who he is, but I'm not. Let's see here. Pearl Harbor, Oppenheimer. Okay, I haven't seen Oppenheimer, so that's part of the reason why I don't know who he is. Black Hawk Down, I don't remember. He looks familiar vaguely, but you're saying he would make a good... Are we saying Bond, or are we saying...
Indiana Jones?
Yeah. Somebody was saying... I think somebody said Josh Hartnett a little while ago, and I'm looking at him right now. He almost looks like Pedro Pascal as well. I don't know. Oh, actually, I'm looking at Josh Hartnett and some other pictures here, and he looks looks a little bit like Pedro. Same person. Weird. He has many different looks, this guy. Huh. So, who did he play in Oppenheimer? Ernest Lawrence. I really want to go see that movie. It's not that I like the looks. I'm just saying he's got a lot of different looks going on. I like that about actors when they can, have different looks going on, and they don't always look like the same person.
The actor who played Private Fat Body in Full Metal Jacket, the fat guy who barely made it through boot camp and then shot the drill sergeant and in the end committed suicide. He's a very plus size fellow. I think the very next movie he played in was with Elizabeth Shue, something about her being a babysitter or something. It was a comedy, but he played a tow truck driver in that, and who was loosely based on the character Thor, and he looked like a bodybuilder or a male model. Just night and day difference. It's amazing the physical transformation some of those guys can go through.
I always think of Gary Oldman and the different characters that he's played. He in my mind is probably one of the best.
He's a chameleon. He's a chameleon.
Total chameleon. Because you can't. There's so many. There are some movies that, like, I'll go for I've gone like a decade not even realizing that he starred in the movie and be like, holy crap, that was Gary Oldman playing in that. And I was like, it's just one of those things where it's like, you just don't know until you go look it up and you're like, holy crap, I didn't know that was him. I remember Black Hawk Down, but I don't remember the characters in it though.
The movie was called Adventures in Babysitting.
To be
with
honest,
Elizabeth Shue.
I feel like in most war movies, a lot of the characters tend to kind of like almost kind of blend in together for me from a standpoint of like I get like if it's a really good movie, like Black Hawk Down, you feel like you're like almost in a fight or flight kind of mode, and so you're not really paying attention to like who's who kind of a thing, more or less. Get out alive. Shoot and get out alive. That's all you can do. Wait a minute. Oldman and Hannibal was amazing. Get that. Hold on a second. I gotta look this up now. I do not remember him being in Hannibal at all. Oh, hold up a second. I gotta look this up here. Is it the movie? Because wasn't there a TV series Hannibal as well?
No, but I have to agree with Sam. Sam said that Daniel Day-Lewis movie night. Daniel Day-Lewis is another one who can transform himself physically.
I'm not seeing Gary Oldman on here. Maybe I'm looking up the wrong movie. Hold on a second.
I think Jathan might be confused.
Oh shit, he was in it. Oh my god.
Oh, really?
How the hell did
done, Jathan.
How the
Well
hell
done,
did I
Jathan.
miss that? I don't even remember him being in the freaking movie. That was a good movie. He was eating his own brains. Oh man, it was freaking. I don't even remember Gary Oldman being in that. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the genius of Gary Oldman is he can play a character and you won't even realize that he's in this stinking movie. And you're like, holy sh. See, this is what I just learned. I'm just now learning that he was in that movie. I remember vividly seeing this movie too. How did I not recognize him? He probably didn't even look different. What the hell? The dude is a master disguise. It's like this. Hold on a second. Oh, that didn't work out.
Yeah, hello, Joel, talking about Gary Oldman playing Winston Churchill in Our Darkest Hour, Our Finest Hour, whatever it was. That was another
Okay.
fine job transforming himself.
Supposedly, all three of these are Gary Oldman. Now, I know this one. This is Sixth Sense. Or, sorry, I mean, Fifth Element. Sorry, Fifth Element. This one is probably The Dark Knight, if I had to guess, or something like that along those lines, where he's like Commissioner Gordon or something. What the hell is this? And how in the world can I not recognize him at all in this? What movie is that?
That's Commissioner Gordon right there.
In the middle. That
Oh,
can't.
in the middle.
There's no
In the
way
middle?
that.
No.
There's no way that's Gary Oldman in the middle. There's just no freaking way. That's
He was
insane.
a lot younger then. That picture right there must be 25 years, 30 years old.
What's that from, though? What movie? How has this guy only won one Oscar? I have I don't understand. The man is legit like the perfect actor. And he has one Oscar. It's
Robot
probably
says he's playing a London rocker. Sid and Nancy, Sid Vicious from Sid and Nancy.
I don't think I've ever seen
I think
that.
he's correct. I think he's right. Sid Vicious. Yeah.
I bet he played a great part, though. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe he has. It says 64 wins and 102 nominations total. Hold on a second, but it says won one Oscar. How do you get 64 wins if you only have one? That doesn't make sense. What are these strange numbers? Oh my gosh. What the hell is this? Did he play a vampire too? What the hell?
Oh yeah, he played the best vampire, man. He played that was probably the best vampire movie.
Get out of town. Which one? Hold on a second here. Was that the one with no. Keanu Reeves? Was that he didn't no, that couldn't have been it.
No.
I just saw a picture of him and that's all I saw, and I have no idea what this is. He looks like a vampire though. Somebody's gonna have to tell me which movie this is, because I don't recognize this. What movie is that?
Bram Stoker's Dracula. Silas Sarbos, correct.
Is that the one with
Yep.
Keanu Reeves?
Right there. Maybe it is. Maybe Keanu plays the reporter. You got me on that one, but that's the Gary Oldman in the part.
Gee whiz. See, this is what I mean. I don't go looking to see what he's done for work, but I mean, I'm just telling you, there's like so many freaking movies that he's been in. It's just like, are you kidding me?
I went from Dracula to Winston Churchill.
I'm looking every time I look through this list. I always look through the list all the time to see what he's been in, and it's like I go like I don't remember him being in any of these. He was in RoboCop. I don't remember him being in RoboCop either.
He played the bad guy in the movie The Professional about the hitman. I'm at a loss to think of the girl's name that played the part in it with him as well. But
wait a minute, he was in the Book of Eli?
yes, he was. He was the bad guy. He was the protagonist, or excuse me, the antagonist, the bad guy in the Book of Eli.
What? The main antagonist?
Thank you, Crowbar. Natalie Portman. Crowbar and Hillbilly helping me out there. Natalie Portman played with him in the movie The Professional about the hitman, and Gary Oldman was trying to kill her.
Yep, there he is. Holy crap! I don't know why. I guess I just don't. I never think of him when I see him in a movie. I just don't think like, oh my gosh, there's Gary Oldman, and I just think about the acting, the character, and that's it. I don't think of him as a person.
Probably no better compliment you could.
He was also one of the Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz.
That was funny.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. That was funny. Yeah, he was really good as Sirius Black or something like that in Harry Potter. That one I picked him out on pretty quickly. I don't know why, but for some reason or another, that one stood out to me. Holy crap. It was the one with Keanu Reeves. Oh my god, that's crazy. Huh. Alright, I gotta go to break. Look at Gary Oldman in True Romance. Hold on a second. (1993) film. I'm telling you, dude, he can do anything. Here, I'll leave you with this picture first, followed by his part played in 1993 as he looks like he's Rastafarian man. Hold on a second. I got to see this.
Who am I? I play a character called Drexel, Spivot, and I'm a pimp, and a bad,
Rocking the dreadlocks,
man.
Pretend it's that fine centerfold bit. You know what I'm saying? And you're you.
And then later on, he plays these much more respectable parts, and it's like, you don't, you just don't. This guy is all over the place. He's crazy. If there was anybody that if I could say, hey, if I ever could be one actor, who would you want to be? I'd be Gary Oldman. I would definitely be Gary Oldman. He can do it all. How do you go from playing a character like that to, I don't know.
Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill, sure. Or how about, I'm trying to think of the detective in Gotham City. How do you play the detective? Commissioner Gordon. Thank you. How do you do that? How do you go from such extremes in playing roles like that, and then people just don't know? It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna take off.
Have you seen the movie The Professional, Casey?
I'm gonna go with
Natalie Portman.
I don't think so. Oh wait, yeah. Hold on a second. I think I've seen movie clips. Does that count?
Her entire family was. Okay, yeah, you get partial credit, man. You get partial credit for if you see the clips.
I don't think I've seen the movie.
Yeah. Well, you should make time for that. You won't be disappointed.
So it popped up on YouTube and some clips, and I watched one of them. And I was like, I think, hold on a second, let me look this up and make sure this is what I think it is. Son of a bitch, Gary's in that one too.
Yeah, he plays a terrifying psychopath in that. Very well made.
Wait a minute, was he the bad cop?
Not. Yeah. Bad.
Oh my gosh, I totally remember him in that now, and I just, holy crap.
Yeah. He killed. They killed Natalie Portman's family, and
no, I saw
she's
this
the
movie.
last witness.
I definitely saw this movie. Yeah. Wow. Damn it. We've had this conversation multiple times, and every damn time I bring this up, I still find out new movies that I didn't know that he was in. This is insane. I can't. This is too much. I can't take any more of this. This is too much in one day.
Enjoy your break, my friend. We'll see you when you come back.
Yep. Sounds good. Man, I don't know why. I feel like I'm just easily confused or something by him as an actor. I don't know what it is. Anyways, I will be back at 2:10, and we'll take a look at the final numbers for the day and wrap the day up here. Tendy says, Casey, win Gary Oldman tramp stamp. Probably not going to ever happen. But I do tend to agree with Jathan saying Johnny Depp is also RDJ. Who's RDJ? I don't know the initials. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. Oh, Robert Downey Jr. Okay. Yeah, I would agree. Although I kind of feel like Johnny Depp, or I feel like Robert Downey Jr. I feel like some of his older stuff all tends to be kind of like that Iron Man kind of feel to it, and I think some of his earlier years stuff may have been a little bit different. But I certainly think that Johnny Depp is also very talented and can do multiple different types of roles. So, all right, I will see you guys in a bit.
primary control of critical vehicle functions. of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, perfect timing. Come back. Well, so much for price running up while I'm gone. That didn't work out. From 850 down to 808. Wonderful. We're still 6.23% up for the day today at $8.10. Let me log into my account real quick here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there when you do sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to set that up. Give me just a second here. There we go. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 57.7% going through off exchange, 11.71% going through EDGX, for a total of 69.41% or 3.41% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 4,648 shares, pretty low number. Taking a look at CHX for GME, it's at 26 shares. Taking a look at Ortex. Ortex is showing, hey, I got my charts back finally on Ortex. Borrow change amount is down 1.3% right now. That is approximately, it was 1.08% returned an hour ago, so it's 1.3% now, or sorry, million, not percent, million returns so far for the day today. That's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 12.53%. Let's see here. Cost per mids at 2.32, average 3.67, max 5.84. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.47 million shares. Since finally got Ortex data back up on the screen here, I'm going to go ahead and add that to what we're going to review here in just a minute, so we can take a look at some of the data we didn't get to look at all day today. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been an $8 strike. For the calls, an hour ago there was 13.2 thousand contracts at 8. There's now 14.2. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago there was 12.4. There's now 13.1. Market still suggesting a closing price between $7.50 and $8 by the end of the day today. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here for Ortex that we haven't had a chance to take a look at all day. Here's our utilization day over day, dropping just slightly. From 59.46 to 56.77 on loan amount, increasing from 25.93 to 27.47. Let's do some math. $1.54 million new shares on loan. Looks like they're estimating about 0.61 million shares, or 610,000 shares, new shares of short interest. Of that 1.54 million new shares on loan. On loan average age per day dipping slightly from 6.82 to 6.53. And security lending volume day over day, oh, they don't have it. They are not posting security lending volume right now. All right, well, at least we got some of our data. Yeah, it's kind of weird. They're not showing security lending. Not showing failure to delivers either. Interesting. Not all the data's here. All right. Well, at least we got some of the data. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list all day today, but we've gone down a little bit here on our buy-sell ratio. Right now it's 54.2% buys at 45.8% sell ratio. Not very good. I like 60-40 or higher. And I do not see GME on this list. SSR would have tripped today at $6.86. Shares available to borrow is at 3.2 million, which means that they've borrowed some more in the last hour. Another 100,000. We're at about 2.2 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees at 2.7%. NASDAQ is up 0.16, Dow Jones is down 0.03, and the SP 500 is up 0.17. We have 3,189 advancers to 2,946 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, but less so in the last hour. It's actually gone down a little bit on the advancers. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to count anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We got FRC down 5.56. Silvergate's down 4.35. Everything else is within that tolerance. Ethereum Classic is up 0.94 and starting to trend down a little bit. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.39 and starting to trend up. It broke the trend down a little while ago. Oil is up 3.16, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from it looks like they're both down 0.94 for both BlackRock and Vanguard. And SPY is up 0.17 and trending a little bit down right now. VIX is up 2.03 and started to trend back up at 1761. VBR is up 0.58 and also starting to trend back up. It's almost breaking the trend down that it had, not quite. VB is up 0.44, also not quite breaking that trend up yet. And then Tesla, breaking the downtrend, I should say. Tesla is up 0.28, also not breaking the trend down. I'd say consolidating currently. Amazon is up 1.63, consolidating. Cinemark is up 3% and trending down. Doge is up 0.35 and slightly trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.13, consolidating. GME is up 2.01, consolidating with maybe a slight uptrend. If it is, it doesn't really look like it. I'd say it's more consolidation currently. HYMC is down 0.96, consolidating. NCMI is down 1.16, slight downtrend. Hood is down 0.35, trending down. AMC is up 6.89 and looks like it wants to break the trend down. Do note that it hit this bottom side of this Bollinger Band on the way down, which means it should test the simple moving average before either breaking through and finding more upwards momentum or returning back into a falling trend. So far for the day today, we have approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 18.27 million shares traded so far after 351 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for 20.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator occurring within the last 4 hours. RSI at 53.66, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 60.93, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 61.32, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.69, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. Gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome staying. Let's see here. So I was talking about somebody asked me if we could do movie trivia again, and I didn't do any movie trivia while I was on break. But if you want me to build something up real quick here, I can. But it's going to limit the amount of time that I can spend back here in the back of the big tramp, obviously. So, and I was thinking if I was going to do it, I could put together something really fast here for. I was thinking since Gary Oldman happens to be my favorite dude, maybe we could do like Gary Oldman movie trivia, like what movies he starred in. Give you guys like a brief like synopsis of his character or something like that. Or we can just hang out till the end of the day. Your guys' choice. Kansas City Chiefs trivia. Not everybody likes the Kansas City Chiefs. Did you see this article, Casey? Which article? It depends on which article it is.
Casey, do you still own a tape deck?
No. No. But I got tapes, so.
All right.
How did the Red Hot
How are
Chili
you going to play them?
How am I going to play them? I don't know. I never really considered how I was going to play them. I just kept them because, I don't know. I guess I thought maybe my kids might like to see what it was that I liked to listen to when I was a kid or something. I don't know. I really have no idea why I kept any of my tapes.
Do you have any vinyl?
I do. Maybe one, I think. Maybe. I think.
I got sucked into the Laserdisc trap. I think I have half a dozen, not too many, because they didn't last long enough for me to build a collection. You know, they're real big, like an album, but they're a Laserdisc. I have 6 of those.
Holy crap, that's old.
Yep.
What is that, from like the 80s?
Yeah, 85-ish, 87-ish.
Damn. I remember my Aunt Terry, bless her heart. I don't mean that in a bad way. She lives in Eugene, she lives in Roseburg, Oregon. And this is the aunt where I told you guys where she would send us like we would get like a Bart Simpson t-shirt for Christmas one year. And it was like Bart Simpson was in like maybe like 4 or 5 years prior, and it was not really a thing anymore. And or at least not as big of a thing. It was kind of like uncool to wear Bart Simpson. But everything in Roseburg is always like all their fads are like 2 or 3 years behind everybody else. And she had, for movies, they were watching movies on that laser disc. And I was so fascinated with,
Yeah, I was just certain that was going to be the wave of the future. So I bought the machine, started buying a few of my favorite artists, and no sooner than that, they just disappeared. And they were ridiculously expensive as well.
yeah. So what ended up happening? Did they like go out of business, or like how did that?
I didn't really follow it very closely, but I think the smaller CDs became real popular. Now the big ones, the Laserdisc I'm talking about, it played the movie. You know, it was like a concert. You put it in. And for instance, I have a Pink Floyd concert, and it's the entire concert. But I don't know. I don't know if it was the cost barrier. It just kind of shriveled on the vine and died.
I remember
But
Beta.
It's always these Beta, yeah.
But I tried to convince my parents that VHS was going to be the winner between Beta and VHS, and I had no idea why it took off. But I found out later that it all had to do with porn.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah, apparently VHS, porn took off on VHS, and so therefore everything became VHS after that.
Do you still like CDs?
I know where you're going with that, Yucca. I know where you're going with that.
Where?
Nuts. You're going nuts. That's where you're going with it.
Damn it. Look, even Pantheon knew.
Yeah, Pantheon knew.
He's up in there.
Pantheon's up in those nuts.
He has a collection of CDs.
He knows all about those CDs.
And those CBDs.
CBDC's nuts. He said, damn it, Yucca. Mike says, check it out the song written 25 years ago, predicting now. All right, so I'm supposed to look up the lyrics for Californication. Hold on, okay. Hold on a second here. Which, speaking of which, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't California...
Chili Peppers.
I feel like California... Yeah. Chili Peppers. Yeah. I feel like their lyrics were actually... maybe not. I don't know. Never mind. I'm maybe thinking of a different song. Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation, and little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotation, and if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world and all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east. At least it's settled in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Pay your surgeon very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin is your chin, or that war you're waging. Who cares about the chorus? Marry me, girl, be my fairy to the world, be my very own consolation, a teenage bride with a baby inside, getting high on information, and buy me a star on the boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement, and Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs of station to station? Wait a minute. And Cobain, can you hear the spheres of singing songs of station to off station to station? What? And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication. And Cobain, can you hear the spheres sing? And Cobain. He doesn't mean like Kurt Cobain, does he?
Yeah, I think it's an homage to Kurt Cobain.
Can you hear the spheres singing songs off station to station? I don't get it.
The spheres.
Do you not? Oh, you're not into the flat Earth stuff.
No. Anyways, born and raised by those who praise control of population. Well, everybody's been there, and I don't mean on vacation. Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation, and earthquakes are to a girl's guitar. They're just another good vibration, and tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. Pay your surgeon very well to break the spell of aging, sicker than the rest. There is no test, but this is what you're craving. I mean, something that I don't know, something I feel like is that there is no, some of the problems that we have today are not really any different than the problems that we had 20 or 30 years ago. It's just, they're just labeled differently. Or maybe there's other things that are like, you know, tied into it.
I like how they use that. They tie in Californication without saying fornication. You know?
Yeah.
Which is true. Definitely. Hollywood sells that. Oh. Who did that?
Kurt Cobain got Epstein, same with Grohl. What? Same with Grohl. Grohl's still alive.
You mean Francis Bean?
Unless you're
Cabin? Cobain?
Unless Mike's trying to make a prediction here. Yeah, Z Wade says same problems, different brand. Yeah. Boomstick says, Casey, did you see the Fallout Boy remade? We didn't start the fire events from '89 till today. I honestly, I have not seen it. Number one, but I felt like somebody could redo that song and probably make it stick to today because it's really, I mean, it's still applicable even to today. They lost their drum. They lost David Grohl lost the drummer recently, but I don't think that had anything to do with what it is that you're referencing. He had some. I'm pretty sure he had some drug problems. But I don't think Kurt Cobain went out that way either. I don't think Kurt Cobain was Epstein. I think he was. Shoot, I just forgot her name. He wasn't Epstein. He was. He was loved. Yeah, Mike. He was loved. Robin Williams, I don't know about Epstein either. I think he had some pretty serious mental problems going on. Yeah, so Sebastian, you're gonna have to opinion on what article. Oh, you know what? He can't post in articles. It won't let him post in articles, unfortunately. If you're putting in articles in and trying to get articles.
He's trying to post a link or something.
Yeah, if he's posting a link, it won't show up in here. You'll have to just give us the title, like copy and paste the title name of the article, Sebastian, and I can search it that way to see what it is you're talking about. I hate to be a pessimist here, but like I feel like this has like an 80% chance of being a purposeful hit piece here to just try and get me to comment on something that's I don't really want to even comment on. No offense. No offense, Sebastian, but he was murdered by Courtney Love. No way he was too close to the elite's pedo ring.
Got him!
Yeah, I think if you look into the story behind Courtney Love and her whereabouts at the time of his death and everything that went down with that whole ordeal, I don't know how you. I don't know. I have no idea how she got off. Quite frankly, I really don't. I think she should have been. I think there should have been a trial or an investigation of some sorts. Still don't see anything, Sebastian. You have to copy and paste just the letters, just the words. If you try to do it from an actual website, oftentimes it won't. It'll just give a hyperlink. So it'd be best to just maybe just type out like the article name or something. It wasn't. If you look into the relationship, so I can kind of tell, Mike, that you haven't really done a whole lot of reading on some of the stuff that happened between Kurt and Courtney. I mean, look, even his band members thought that she did it. There's one of the whole songs that and David Grohl won't even admit to it because he knows it's true. That's what he wrote the song about. But he knows she did it, and they know it, and he's pretty much written a song about the whole thing. So I mean, just go back. You need to go back and do some actual research because to me it sounds like based off of the information that you have, you don't know anything about their relationship. She was very, very, I guess I'm trying to think of the right word here. Jealous of his success. And she wanted a piece of what it is that he had, and to the point to where I don't know if you know this or not, but he was actually writing lyrics for some of her music, and some of the new stuff that he was coming out with, like Heart-Shaped Box and stuff like that, were some of the things that were really, I guess, probably a little bit violating. Like she probably felt a little bit violated by some of it, and she wanted a piece of it, and. That's all she wanted. So, but he was. They had problems. There it is. I see it. AMC, a hidden value trap. All right, well, here we go.
Yeah.
80%.
Yahoo Finance, which is like reading shit off the outhouse wall that somebody wrote with a Sharpie on a construction site.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm looking to see Yahoo Finance. Here we go.
I haven't read the article, but let me just go on record and say that if Yahoo Finance was printed on paper, I wouldn't even wipe my ass with it.
So what they've done in this article is they have something that they've coined the GF value. The GF value line on our summary page gives an overview of the fair value of the stock should be traded at. It is calculated based on three factors. One being historical multiples, PE ratio, PS ratio, PB ratio, and price to free cash flow that the stock is traded at. Two, guru focus adjustment factor based on the company's past returns and growth, and three, future estimates of business performance. So obviously AMC is not going to do very well in category 1 or 2. 3, on the other hand, the company is going to do very well in compared to, and I'm not sure what the time frame is on there. It looks like they're doing, I mean, they don't state anywhere in here at what time frame their GF value is looking at. Let's see here. Maybe it does. Hold on a second. Hold on. The stock, which is currently recorded a lot, the stock's fair valuation is as indicated by GF value. The stock's fair valuation is 50.22 as indicated by its GF value. As of the writing of this, which was August 24th of 2023, which is quite a while ago, it was in August. Let's go back, I guess, to that time frame. It was saying that they're currently priced at $13.71. This was August 24th. So obviously, since the charts are jacked up right now due to the fact that we've had the reverse split and conversion, they weren't $54.97 on August 24th, but price had jumped up during that period of time, as you can see from the chart here. But anyways, 50.22 is what they were saying was the fair valuation back in August. So why? I guess my first question to you would be, why is it you're pulling up an article from August 24th? Just out of curiosity. What specifically in August interests you about our current state right now, since a lot of stuff has happened since then? I guess that would be my first question.
You see, since you took a trip over to the garbage dump at Yahoo Finance, why don't you pick up an article from Motley Fool while you're there?
Benzinga. I saw a Benzinga while I was shuffling.
Yeah.
I was shuffling through this mess over here, and I found a Benzinga file.
Jim Cramer's The Street, they got plenty of good articles on AMC too. Lots of good DD there.
I mean, I don't know, man. Motley Stool. I call it the Mostly Fool. Yeah, that's a good one, though. I like that, Motley Stool. I'm pretty sure I've heard it before, but I still like it. Garbage dump. Yep, pretty much. Where did our poster go? Sebastian. Let me see here. Was it a hit and run? Holy shit, guys, it was a hit and run. Oh no, he just popped up. How in the world did he just pop up? And I typed, oh, there it is. There, never mind. It's not a hit and run. Yeah, my opinion is it's an article from August, and a lot of stuff has changed since then, so I don't agree with the article. And any article that's going to look at fundamentals of a company when you look at AMC is definitely going to pull up some negativity. I think some of the stuff that's happened since August has been quite a bit. They didn't know anything about Oppenheimer. Was Oppenheimer even... When did that release? I can't even remember when that released. Maybe it was back in August. Okay, it did release in March. Okay, so they did know about Oppenheimer at the time, but they didn't know about Taylor Swift at all. They had no idea what kind of raising of capital AMC was going to be able to get in the future through the reverse split and conversion. So, and I think all that changes a lot of different things. Man, that sounded like Phil for real. Is that Phil? I swear that sounds like it sounds just like Phil. I'm telling you, man, Phil could have made it. All he needed was one hit.
I don't know how he ended up on my soundboard then. I didn't pay him a cut for that.
Telling you, man, that guy can put a song together. I was on a space call last night, and I was just briefly listening while I was doing something else at the same time. And they had actually they had the one Lady Cat, Jim, and Phil, and a couple others that were in there as well. But they were defending against some guy who was basically saying he was calling out like all the YouTubers who were pushing AMC and then profiting off of retail. And it was kind of an interesting listen, but at the same time, though, like I just don't, whatever. Do you guys ever go hit up those space calls on Twitter at all? Because I feel like there's like a big disconnect between YouTube and Twitter.
Casey, I can say that I do not. I don't pay any attention to these calls. My opinion is my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know why there's a disconnect between Twitter and YouTube, but seems like there just has been for a really long time. And some of it may. I actually really don't really understand why there is such a disconnect. But I know that YouTube by far has gotten the worst of the brunt of people. I guess maybe trying to profit from the community AMC shareholders. And I've never really taken it personal. I've actually been in space calls before or other places where people will be like, talking trash about YouTubers. And I don't even get offended because I'm like, yeah, those assholes. I feel like I'm right there with them when they're talking about what it is they're saying. And I just kind of like, yeah, I can't stand those guys. And I'm like, oh, that's me. Wait, I forgot that. I'm one of those guys. So I just, I don't know.
No, there's a distinction. There's a difference.
There's
there.
really
You don't take a penny. You
No,
don't
no,
sell
no.
merch. You don't take super chats, and you don't take money. So
No,
that
but I
hardly
mean,
makes you the same.
But I know, but the general consensus is that that's happening, and so I understand.
The details matter.
Yeah, I understand though. Andrew says, "Did you see Edward's tweet? AMC price discovery, real price AMC hit 4,075." I did not. I'm guessing. Well, no. No, I had not seen his most recent tweet. Usually pins me on him though. You also don't step on Superman's cape. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And you bet the opposite way of Jim Cramer. Well, now see, that's probably one of the few compliments that I would probably take and be like, "Thank you, I appreciate that." That's that is rewarding to have somebody say that. I mean, I kind of feel like everybody's been down that road before where you probably listen to Jim Cramer like, "Oh yeah, this guy knows what the hell he's talking about." And then you get to a certain point in your trading career and you go like, "Holy shit, this guy is full of shit." I can't, like, if I traded the way he goes, I'd probably be losing. I'm going to be losing more often than not. And I feel like we've all kind of been there at some point or another. Yeah, AMC customer support said follow the inverse Kramer ETF. It pissed him off. I know it got him. It did. It totally got him all. He got so flustered by that thing. It was so funny. Paul says Jim Cramer has to be a genius. Yeah, maybe not so much. $8.12, guys. We did better than I thought for the day today. I quite frankly didn't think that we would see. I mean, my top was 880. So I really thought I thought for sure that we would see probably around 730 to 750 for a close for today. So I'm actually really happy to see that we're up this high. I will show you real quickly here before I close out the day what this potentially means for us going into the near future. Currently, on a 1 hour time interval, we now have the lagging line above price line. If we can finish the day out above 815, we should be able to stay above the price line, which is sitting about 810. This also pushes us up and over the cloud here. Now, the conversion of the base are actually on top of each other. But my hopes is that we'll trade sideways. We'll close out, we'll trade sideways and get the boost that we need tomorrow to get back up and stay back up above the cloud for the day today. I would have liked to seen it close a little bit higher when we were trading in the 830s. It would have been ideal for a close. But this should, provided we don't absolutely tank down into this cloud tomorrow, we should be able to see some additional bonus buying pressure tomorrow. If not, then I mean, typically speaking, normally price drives down through green clouds, not through red clouds. It'll be super bearish if we drop through a red cloud. So we'll see what ends up happening. But on a 4 hour chart, what this does is this gets us now that much closer. And this is part of the reason why we're seeing it stall out a little bit in price movement, is because we've got lagging lines getting ready to cross price line and conversions below base, and it wants to cross over. But we're at this really thick cloud here, which means that it's a big point of uncertainty. So I feel like we're really going to have to wait. Either we're going to need a really big push that's going to get us above $10.45 before Wednesday, or we may have to kind of wait until Wednesday kind of rolls around to see the price movement above the cloud here, which is going to be at that 820 price range, which is where we've already been. We just don't have the signal yet for short-term investors to come piling in. But it was a good day, though. Not a bad day. We're up 6.69%, $8.13. Not a bad day at all. Albert says, every time Casey says Priceline, I think of William Shatner. A hamster outperformed Jim in the market last year, so that says a lot. I thought it was a fish. Wasn't it a fish? I thought it was a fish. Maybe it was a hamster. I don't know. All right, guys. It is that time. For those of you in the back of the Big Tramp.
Casey.
Oh, thank you. I'll come back here in the back of the Big Tramp in just a few minutes. As usual, guys, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return. turn.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other, all we